We've got to get cracking. So, morena everybody, we'll start the meeting with the karakia. If you all stand for the karakia. Whakatakateho ki te uru, whakatakateho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, I he aki ana te atakura, te o hi huka, hi hoku, tihe Māori ora, kia ora. Apologies for the late start there, and we do have apologies from the Mayor, Councillor Scandrett, McDonald and Goff, and Tyler Harrison Hunt for lateness, and we have Celeste and Jake on Zoom. So, do I have a mover for those apologies? Mark, seconded by Victoria. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Be vigilant if you have any declarations of interest. I haven't received any, but just speak up at the time if you do. And we'll move straight into the staff reports. So, good morning. We've got Jacob, Gemma and Hannah. Over to you.
How do we present?
Yeah. Sorry, it's Steve Wright, not Jacob.
Sorry, Steve.
I can pretend to be Jacob.
But also
today.
fair enough.
I'm sorry, Steve.
It's okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so let's start with our why. Let's talk about how we can save lives in our neighbourhoods with safe speed limits. To save lives in our neighbourhoods, we need Christchurch to have a safe transport system that is designed for people. We're all human and we all make mistakes, so we can't always stop crashes occurring, but we can change the outcomes of crashes. Te Ara Ki Te Ora Road to Zero is New Zealand's road safety strategy, and Christchurch City Council has signed up to this. Road to Zero adopts the safe system approach and has 4 key principles. We're human, so we need to plan for mistakes and design for human vulnerability. We have a shared responsibility, and we need to strengthen all parts of the system. This means doing our part to reduce fatal and serious crashes on streets and in our neighbourhoods of Christchurch. As a road controlling authority, the Council can control some parts of the system, such as safe speeds, safer infrastructure and education to reduce trauma on our streets. Other parts of the system, such as enforcement, are led by our partner organisations, the police and Waka Kotahi. Today we're here to talk about Safe Speed Neighbourhood Proposal for Speed Management. The science behind speed management is all about survivability. We know that regardless of what caused the crash, the speed at which they are travelling almost always determines if those involved walk away unharmed or not. Setting safe speed limits will result in a number of benefits that allow Council to deliver across many strategic goals: reducing the number of people seriously injured or killed on our roads, providing for safer walking, cycling or scooting trips to and from school for children and their families, providing more choice for people travelling around their neighbourhood, providing more people with low-cost options for moving around, creating a more inclusive transport network, and enabling people to make healthier choices that we can create a healthier environment with lower carbon emissions and improved air quality. Speed management isn't new for Christchurch. We've done it before. Our Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal is focused on reducing speed limits through simply changing signs in neighbourhoods and around schools across the city. We will monitor following implementation and deliver targeted infrastructure where it is required. This is an efficient and effective way to reducing trauma on our streets, backed by international evidence and local examples. A study found that every 10 kilometre posted speed limit change, we typically observe a 2 to 3 kilometre change in mean speeds. So reducing from 50 to 30, we could expect a drop of 4 to 6 kilometres in the mean speed of vehicles on those streets. Waka Kotahi controversially cut speeds on State Highway between Blenheim and Nelson in December 2020. Since then, no one has died and the serious injuries has been significantly reduced, even when factoring for reduced travel during COVID lockdowns. Auckland Transport undertook a study on their first phase of safe speed limits after they had been in place for 2 years. In the areas covered by the lower speed limits, road deaths have fallen by 30%. In Christchurch in 2016, we introduced a 30 kilometre zone within the central city core. Since the introduction, the number of crashes resulting in death or serious injury has also reduced. In the 2-year period from 2020 to 2021, there were 60% fewer serious crashes than there had been in the 2-year period from 2014 to 15, prior to the lower speed limits being introduced. One of the quickest and most effective ways to reduce trauma on our roads is to reduce speeds to make them survivable. Survivable speeds are speeds at which a person walking or cycling is likely to survive on direct impact crash. The International Transport Forum report on speed and crash risks suggests that the most unprotected road users survive if hit by a vehicle at up to 30 kilometers an hour. So as you can see in the graphic, if you are directly hit by a vehicle traveling at 30, the probability of death is around 10%. If you are hit directly at 40, the probability jumps to 32%, and if directly hit at 50, the probability of death goes up to 80%. The risk of vulnerable pedestrians, such as the elderly and young children, are higher again. We're not talking about reckless speeders. This is about everyday normal people doing the right thing and who simply make a mistake. Low-level speeding, for example, only 5 to 10 kilometers over the speed limit, is the main contributor to road trauma because it is much more common. We've all done it at some point. Mm-hmm. One of the key actions in the Road to Zero strategy is to set safe speed limits around schools by the end of 2027, with an interim target of 40% of schools by June 2024. All the schools in Christchurch are classed as Category 1, and therefore will have 30 kilometre speed limits to reduce the risk to tamariki and whānau of being killed or seriously injured while travelling to and from school. Speed affects the crashes as well as the crash severity. This is a consequence of the laws of physics that has been supported by evidence from all over the world. As a rule of thumb, a 1% change in mean speed results approximately 2% change in injury crash frequency, 3% change in severe crash frequency, and 4% change in fatal crash frequency on that street. As mean speed increases, there is an increased risk of crash involvement resulting from factors such as stopping distance, less ability to spot and react to hazards, the chance of other road users misjudging how fast someone is travelling, and the probability of a rear-end crash if the driver has not accounted for the increased speed by increasing their following distance. So what is the trauma on our streets in Christchurch with our current speed limits? To answer this, we reviewed Waka Kotahi's crash analysis system. In New Zealand, this system is the main source of capturing data on road trauma via traffic crash reports from the police. While CAS is an excellent tool by international standards, it does have limitations, and underreporting is one of them. For example, research undertaken found that only 54% of motor vehicle injury crashes found in New Zealand hospital data could also be found in CAS, and only 22% of bicycle injury crashes. The study found considerable underreporting across all vulnerable transport user modes compared with CAS reported numbers, with typically 6 to 8 times as many serious injuries being reported in hospitals versus those being reported in CAS. A recent study for Auckland Transport found that while serious pedestrian injuries in CAS were about 90 per year, hospital data records showed that more than 700 pedestrian injuries a year on their street network. However, the statistics are also likely to underreport how speed is contributing to crashes. Too fast for the conditions is determined by police officers on site and can be subjective, particularly for serious and minor injury crashes. In the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2022, we had 14 pedestrians die and 243 serious crashes involving pedestrians. For people riding bicycles, we've had 19 people lose their life and 283 crashes resulting in serious injury over the same 10-year period. If the underreporting of serious injuries is considered, actual serious crashes could be in the order of 3,000 to 4,000, or roughly one every day on average in the 10-year period. We are still working through the causation factors of the crashes to understand the themes. With some fatals, the causes are still being investigated, or they're with the coroner, and the details aren't yet available.
So the message that we had in the community was we're making it safer around all schools and surrounding neighbourhoods. Whether you're visiting whānau and friends, letting tamariki walk, scooter or bike to school, or driving to work and home again, you should be able to do it safely. We touched on this on Tuesday, but I just wanted to reiterate where this fits in. So we were doing a piecemeal approach to speed changes in Christchurch, and we still had funding to do 5 more slow speed neighbourhoods. And then the Ministry of Transport introduced the setting of speed limits rule, allowing us to set speeds more efficiently by enabling a network approach rather than the piecemeal approaches we'd undertaken in the past. The rule also stated that 40% of schools needed to have safe and appropriate speeds outside of them by 2024. The combination of these school zones plus the neighbourhood zones already in our body of work became the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal.
So what did we consult on? Generally, schools and neighbourhoods made up the bulk of the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal. However, a few extra areas were being considered. These are implementing the approved speed limit changes associated with the Christchurch Regeneration Acceleration Fund. This creates efficiency and help tell the bigger picture to the public. So this included the areas of Richmond, Linwood, Woolston and Sydenham, Summerfield, Waltham and Beckenham. We also found an opportunity to create efficiency in our process around subdivisions, designing them and signing them as per the safe and appropriate speed in the recently released Speed Management Guide will mitigate the need for council to then go in and change these retrospectively. Further, additional rural roads were included, although they weren't the primary target of this plan. Banks Peninsula has been through quite a journey with their speed limits, and this was an opportunity to just finish off those that hadn't been addressed previously. It's also important to discuss what we didn't consider in this plan, and that was the wider CBD. So the schools in Central City were being considered, but not the rest, and that will be considered as part of the full speed management plan. Also, neighbourhoods that weren't included in this round of consultation will also again be included in the next speed management plan. And lastly, roads designated as urban connectors and arterials and areas where land use is primary industrial haven't been addressed. These will also be considered in the speed management plan. Just because they haven't been looked at yet, it doesn't mean to say they won't be looked at in future.
Right, after deliberating on how to make these recommendations meaningful in a citywide, but also a very specific street scale, we decided on an interactive map that could be commented on. This map was only accessible through the project page, which provided extensive information on the why. At the start of consultation, we released a newsline story, sponsored story, emails to all schools, principals and other identified stakeholders, lots of social media posts, advertising in newspapers, bus shelters, on social media and Google Ads. And during consultation, this map was viewed more than 25,000 times. Mid-consultation, we realised that we were getting some really strong feedback within certain areas. This was mostly to reduce speeds from 40 to 30 or to extend zones without current proposals. In response to this feedback, we extended the consultation period and added to the proposal in a few of those areas with strong feedback. This proactive change allowed us to listen to the community and provide better quality information for you to make decisions on. These zones included Sydenham, Spraydon, Linwood, Woolston, Bromley, Kennedys Bush, Beckenham and Brynwer. While our initial advertising was citywide, we targeted this additional stage more by dropping flyers at all affected households, recognising that some people may have gone online in the initial launch and either been okay with the proposal or thought it didn't apply to them. This new messaging emphasised that there had been a mid-consultation change. So what did we hear? 2008 comments were made by at least 1,139 unique businesses, organisations and individuals, mostly on the map, but I also received 150 odd email submissions. During this, 24% clearly stated their support for the changes, 11% their opposition, and the remaining 66% were either observations or specific requests. We were really clear on what was support and opposition. I didn't want to assume it was when people explicitly said so. These specific requests made up a lot of the feedback that we heard. You can see there zone extensions. We had 584 requests for that. Also notable ones, 509 requests for traffic calming measures. We wanted to quickly touch on some of the key themes discussed by submitters. 357 commented on the plan making streets safer, while 26 said that the streets would become less safe, typically citing driver frustration or attention. Gemma obviously touched on the why of the plan, which is saving lives in our community all around safety, and we aren't aware of any evidence to indicate that slower speeds would make the streets less safe. We can touch on more of these, but just conscious of time, I'll highlight some key ones. 73 comments were on the speeds bringing a lack of consistency to the roading network. We recognise that because this was schools and selected neighbourhood zones, it could look a little bitsy at this point, but we've done our best to connect up zones and propose speeds to be as consistent as possible. As part of the implementation of the draft full speed management plan, which you were briefed on Tuesday, we expect all streets to become intuitive and consistent as well as safe. So there were some suggested, as usual, we listened to consultation feedback and made some changes. In areas such as Burwood and Queen's Park, Avonhead, Bexley and Hallsville, there was substantial feedback requesting speeds lower than our initial proposal, so this is now what we're recommending to you. There were also areas where we had recommended zone extensions, including Redcliffs Village, Heathcote Valley, some streets in Redwood, and streets around the Cashmere Dyers, Centuris Colombo intersection. All newly affected residents received a letter informing them of the proposal and requesting feedback, and this feedback will be provided to you before making a decision. Other high demand areas such as New Brighton, Heathcote have been noted and will be prioritised for future speed changes. And if new zones are recommended, so if after hearing people who wish to be heard, you would like us to investigate extending a zone or including other streets, you've got a couple of options. The first is letters out to residents now. Feedback will be collected before a delayed decision. Or councillors recommend that certain neighbourhoods be prioritised in the draft speed management plan for implementation. That's recommended by us so that it can be wrapped around, we can do some why messaging to wrap around it, which typically would be a better experience for residents, but up to you. Any questions?
Very much. Because we were delayed starting, and I don't want to keep submitters waiting, we really don't have time for any questions, but we do have a briefing on this after the hearings have finished, the next round of hearings, that we can ask questions then. Okay.
Yeah, so it was because you have made some changes. The link that we've got takes us to the original pinpoint map, but doesn't show any changes made, any extensions, or so like how do we find out where you're recommending the extensions? So just so we can check that as people are submitting.
That's on the PDF maps that are in the big tin can.
Okay, they're not in the hearings panel page.
Okay.
We will figure that out and let you know once they're here, because they should be.
Yeah, because we knew we were getting them, I just couldn't find.
Yeah.
But really tiny. Tiny.
Yep. My question is also in relation to those zones that have been slightly extended. I've had some queries from the public about whether they will have an opportunity to be heard on their submissions like the wider consultation submitters have. And I see that we've got our schedules for today and for the 2nd. Is there room then for those who are providing feedback with their deadline on the 28th of May, which is in the weekend, that they can be heard?
Yes, so those were the residents that we sent letters out to post-consultation. They were neighbourhoods that we perceived there to be adequate support for making changes to. Once we get all of the feedback collated, that may not be our recommendation, and we'd communicate that with the residents, and at that point offer them the opportunity. If they would like to be heard, would make it happen.
Would that be at the next round of our hearings then, next week? You do another one? So you may extend it. Okay, thank you very much. That's really good. Okay, so we will start our... Sorry? Okay, where do we send questions to? Anne Fitzgerald. Sorry, Andre. Okay,
I couldn't hear it.
so welcome, Callum.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm, obviously briefly here to speak to the submission that our board's made on safe speed neighbourhoods. We'll just get right into it.
Yes, thank you.
So generally speaking, headline, our board is very supportive of safe speed neighbourhoods. We know that lower speeds save lives. And it's something that's an issue across our entire board area. From all of our wards, we're hearing from residents associations, individual residents, businesses, schools, about road safety, especially for active transport users, and generally speaking, safe speeds where they don't often fix the entire problem, they often go a long way to ameliorating safety issues. So we're generally very supportive of safe speed neighbourhoods. We're excited to see its implementation. Just going to go through a couple of the key areas that our board is concerned about, and we're also appreciating that a lot of what the board's asked for in our submission looks like it's been listened to by staff, so acknowledging that and appreciating that. Cool, so starting with around Redcliffe School, so the board's advocating for slower speeds around the surrounding areas around the main road. We want a permanent 30k speed limit for the main road around Redcliffe School, and we're also supporting those lower speeds on the side streets. And this is something that's been advocated for by the Redcliffe residents and their residents association. So we appreciate that that's been taken into account. Next one, the hill areas of Cashmere, St Martin's, and Mount Pleasant. So as I'm sure all of you know who have driven around those areas, these roads are quite narrow, they're quite windy. There's low visibility often around corners, and these are quiet residential streets as well. So the board is really strongly advocating that the speed limits really reflect what's kind of already the reality of that environment for drivers. That those areas should be 30 k's, and we know that the residents who live in these areas, generally speaking, support those changes as well. Selwyn Street. So Selwyn Street's a street that has multiple schools and preschools along it. It's proposed to have initially had many variable speed limits during school hours, and one of the key things our board's concerned about is consistency for drivers. So what we don't really want to see is drivers having going through on a given journey, going through more speed limit changes than necessary. We think that consistency is really important in terms of road safety, and that's consistency geographically, but also through time where possible. So if you've got multiple speed limits on a certain route, that's maybe not so ideal. And also if you have a variable speed limit, that's something that there's a cost in that in terms of driver expectation. So what we're advocating for is more consistency, and Selwyn Street's a key example of where we think that actually just having the entire street reduced to 30 k's per hour would just be a lot simpler for everybody, both drivers and active transport users. The Cashmere Dyers Pass Centaurus Road roundabout. So this is this particular roundabout, the board's recently made a decision on supporting a lot of safety improvements to this roundabout that have been a long time coming. We really appreciate that actually the wider context has been taken into account with the Safe Speeds program. So, we're glad to see that a lot of the side streets around this roundabout have also had their speed limits reduced as well as the roundabout itself. Obviously, this is an area that already has a lot of pedestrians and cyclists, and we're wanting even more pedestrians and cyclists to feel safe to use this area. So lower speed limits are really helpful towards that end. Another similar roundabout is the Cashmere Wilson Centaurus Road roundabout. It's a similar kind of situation. There's lots and lots of active transport users. There's a kindergarten on the corner. There's lots of kids. A lot of kids travel through this roundabout on their morning and afternoon commutes on bikes. And we've heard many times from residents that they'd like to see safety improvements made. We've recently supported some safety improvements to this roundabout, and we are strongly advocating that the speed limit as well as a sort of another tool in the toolbox that's used to make this area safer for the community. Flinders Road. So this is a thin road in Heathcote. This one, I'm glad to see that that's been reduced to 30 k's. This is really sort of a no-brainer from our point of view. It's a very narrow, windy road. So appreciate that that's been taken into account with the proposal, and we're wanting to see surrounding streets around that area too, some of those side streets in the Port Hills Road included as well. Lincoln Road, Whiteley Ave, and the Railroad. So over the last couple of years, the board's had a lot of looked quite intently at Lincoln Road, and there's been obviously that program of making Lincoln Road into the section of Addington Village into much more of a pedestrian-friendly area with lower speed limits already there just on that stretch of road and some traffic calming measures. There's also the raised platform on the Lincoln Road Whiteley intersection. So, this area is kind of part of the way there, and we'd like to see consistency as well applied to the side streets around this area around Walsall, Clarence Street, Spencer Street. This is another one where the community association, here he is now, howdy Graham, the Addington Neighbourhood Association's really advocated strongly for lower speed limits for this part of town. So the board is definitely throwing our weight behind the ANA's submission as well. We've got, that's kind of the various specific areas that we're looking at. We're also asking that in future slower speeds are considered for Craycroft. A lot of the issues I've talked about for our suburbs around the hills and the foothills at the foot of the hills also apply to Craycroft, and we know the residents there are keen for vehicle speeds to be lower in general. But in general, we're very supportive of the program. We're keen to see that the implementation as much as possible is happening sooner rather than later. We're really excited to be able to tell the residents that come to our board meetings that actually the council is acting on this issue and it's actually listening to the residents. It's one of those issues that just is so universally applicable. All of our residents associations in areas are concerned about road speed and safety issues. So we really encourage this program to be implemented expediently.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fantastic. Thanks for your submission, and it's very clear how supportive you are in the board. All right, don't appear to be any questions, so I will thank you for your submission and invite Emma Norrish from the Waipapa Community Board. About 2 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our Waipapa Papanui Inner Central Community Board submission on the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods proposal. I'll take our submission as read and would just like to highlight a couple of points from it. Our board is generally supportive of the proposal, particularly in respect to creating safer speeds around schools. Children and young people should be able to walk, bike or scoot safely to school, and we believe the proposed changes will improve actual and perceived safety for them. We would like to thank staff for taking into account the feedback received, which requested the expansion of the proposed area north of Papanui Primary School to include Winters Road and the surrounding streets, as well as the southern end of Grimsey's Road. These streets were not included in the original proposal, but are included in this report, which our board supports. We would also request that extra consideration is given to the clear signalling of this slow speed zone for drivers coming off the Christchurch Northern Corridor onto Winters Road, as the speed limit would reduce from 80 kilometres an hour to 30 kilometres an hour within a short stretch of road. One area which has not been included, despite our board requesting it and it receiving comments on the interactive map, which got a large number of likes, is the area of Redwood south of Preston's Road. There are side streets coming off Preston's Road within metres of Redwood Primary School, which are residential streets used by children to get to and from school. These streets appear to fit perfectly within the criteria for these safe speed neighbourhoods, and we request that they are included as well. Final point I'd like to make is around the need for enforcement of these speed limits. The St Albans area was one of the first in the city to have these reduced limits introduced back in 2020, and since then we have frequently heard about the lack of enforcement to back up the changes. We urge Council to work with police to ensure that their resources are able to support Council's intent in creating these safer speed neighbourhoods. That's it. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. Clear, precise. Okay, are there any questions? We've got a minute. No questions? Oh, sorry, Victoria.
Thanks, Emma. Reading the material that was provided to us, I noticed there were lots of comments around and requests for traffic calming in and around the Papanui area.
Yes.
Have you got any comments to make in respect of that?
Our board would be supportive of that, but we know that that's not within the scope of this proposal.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Vagues Road. Are you familiar with Vagues Road?
Yes,
Yeah.
very.
What are your thoughts on Vagues Road? Because
That's already been included in the Papanui area. That's been done.
yeah,
So that's got a lower speed limit now.
Already. That's good.
I agree with your point about enforcement. My son has a house on Vagues Road, and when I go and do work there, I am absolutely gobsmacked at how fast people go down that road. It's unbelievable. It's so wide, and
Yeah, that's one of the ones that needs some traffic calming to.
and there's a school just down there. Yeah. So,
Yep.
all right. Hey, thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. Aaron, did you have one?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Has your board directly asked police for more enforcement?
We have, and we've actually got a briefing with police this afternoon. We will
Excellent.
be bringing that up.
Yeah, because with the speed limits, they're a general guide to dictate the behaviour of the mass population, but the anomaly is always that 2 or 3% that do the extreme speeds, and it's their crashes that tend to do the most damage.
Yep.
Admittedly, a non-attentive driver hitting someone at 50, as we've shown, can still be.
So talking to the police, John Price, recently, their resources were challenged over COVID because a lot of their force went to MIQ. So we're expecting more resourcing to be back in now, and the regular reporting to community boards, and let's face it, a lot of it is around traffic, will start happening again. So I encourage community boards to get onto that. Oh, Yanni, and then Tyler.
Yeah, I appreciate it's the schools that you've kind of raised. Is your board meeting with the Ministry of Education to talk through like the schools in terms of, the increase in roles, the planning, future planning around school redevelopment, so that those issues are kind of taken into account in the planning phase?
That's not something we as a board have looked at, but it's something we'd be keen to do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tyler.
Kia ora, Emma.
Got it.
I've just got a question around that safety by design concept. There's quite a lot of submissions talking about that. Is there anything that pops up in your mind around what the design should look like in your wards?
A lot of the streets in our wards, in Papanui and St Albans, they're really wide, and it's that narrowing of them with whether it's chicanes or
Gotcha.
it's that visual thing that needs to be changed so that it forces people.
Yeah, we do have a lot of streets already done, but this project is implementing with just signage.
Yeah, I know.
Which-
I know, but the submissions are reflecting that there needs to be a bit more.
No,
Yeah.
but then
Not.
that's-
I know it's not affiliated to this, but
Yeah,
it's something
it's
to
gonna
look
take
at for future.
Okay.
In relation to that extension around the Redwood area, Emma, I note that the residents have received a flyer asking them for feedback to the 28th, so we haven't yet received the information from the general public in relation to that extension. You've indicated in your submission that you are supporting that extension. Are you happy to just hold off on that until we get an opportunity to, or certainly review your position
Yeah, absolutely.
when we've received the feedback from the locals in that area?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
staff have got a note of that. Thank you. Yanni, just quickly.
Just quickly, I don't know if your board has considered this issue, but I know other boards in the past have raised it with council. So when we see new subdivisions going in, and I'm mindful that you're going to have a pretty big development, there's only a requirement for the footpath on one side of the road. So it creates a whole problem. Like in one of the streets that you've referred to, Sarah Ave, I don't know how well you know it,
Yeah.
but there's only a footpath on one side, which means people have to cross rather than being able to go safely around. Do you think we need to look at those sorts of requirements as well?
Yeah, I mean, people should be able to walk along outside their house on a footpath and be safe. Yeah.
Yeah, have to go on the capital program. Thank you, Emma.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you. See you this afternoon. And now I'd like to welcome Graham from the Addington Neighbourhood Association. Thanks for coming in.
The hat's a prop, the stick unfortunately is not. There's a map there. Is there some way that could be put on the screen at all?
No.
No? Okay.
I can take it and copy it and distribute it.
That they should have had it, I think. But, you've had it? It just shows the areas of Addington and... Okay, the Addington Neighbourhood Association has been trying to get changes made for probably 7 years or more. We had a reduction to 40 kilometres per hour in several streets between Selwyn Street and Lincoln Road.
Sorry, Graham. Just letting the councillors know the map is in the agenda, page 145. Carry on.
Sorry,
Yep.
I didn't quite catch what you said.
The map is in our agenda. We've got the map.
Oh, you've got
Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
The area for 40 kilometres between Braham Street and Harmon Street, Selwyn Street and Lincoln Road has been in place for probably 7 years or more. We've been arguing or discussing with the council for some years to try and get that reduced to 30. It was actually requested to be 30 at the outset, and we were told that Waka Kotahi was the reason why it couldn't be lower. There have been a number of streets in the area which have been reduced recently, like Lincoln Road between the railway and Barrington Street, the shops in Selwyn Street. Further afield, you've got the Central City, you've got Ferry Road, all been reduced to 30 kilometres. So there's been precedent elsewhere, and we're saying now is the right time to reduce, if possible, the whole of Addington to 30 kilometres per hour. It is a suburb which most people transfer or transit through. There are people who live there, there's quite a few people who live there, but there's a lot more who actually just transfer through either down Lincoln Road, Selwyn Street to get onto the motorway or Antigua Street. And also, of course, there's Braham Street Expressway. There are a number of people on Braham Street who would also like to see Braham Street reduced to 30 kilometres, but I don't know whether the council has the power to do that, because you have a residential area on the boundaries of Braham Street Expressway, and people need to get in and out of their properties, whether it be themselves with their own vehicles, or you may have emergency vehicles or repairmen coming or delivery. All those things create traffic, and currently at 60 kilometres an hour, that's causing a few problems and a few accidents because people either don't let other traffic come through, or they are not in a position to stop in a hurry when a car decides to make a dash for it. We think that there should be a lot of support from, we don't know, but you know the results of the submissions. So we hope that if there's enough submissions from the general public, you'll push for a whole 30 kilometre blanket reduction in Addington. I've still got a bit of time, so I'll carry on with a couple of other notes from further on. One of the reasons for 30-40 split is the cost, I believe, and we would argue that if you make a blanket 30 kilometre, your costs will be less because you won't have to put a sign to show that delineation. I mean, at the moment, if you turn out of Braham Street into Selwyn Street near the shops, there are a couple of side streets, Rosewarne and Somerset Crescent, which are reduced to 30, and people don't realise that once you come off Selwyn Street, you're still only allowed to do 30 until you get to another place where you see a sign that says you can go 50. So if you have a whole area which is 30, all the other signs are redundant. You don't need to use as many of them. That means it's going to cost you less to implement it. The South Intermediate School, for example, the current plan is, I think it's the west side of the street is to be 30 kilometres an hour, and the east side is to be 40 kilometres an hour. Both sides have school children. Both sides have older people. To me, it doesn't make sense. It should be the whole area, not just one side of the street to change. That brings me to my next point. The focus is on safety for children, and I think a lot of people can relate to that and probably will accept the changes because of that. But I believe you need to go further. People like me who are older, people who are disabled, or people who have restricted mobility also need to have the safety aspects in place. It's all well saying, oh, there's children near the school, therefore we must have a lower speed. There are a lot of places where people move around, and if it's going to cause if an accident's going to cause a possible death by going at 50 kilometres, reducing that to 30 reduces the risk of that accident being a fatal one.
Yeah.
So, right, I'll just cover myself up because I'm now speaking on behalf of myself, not the ANA. I'm literally changing my hats, all right?
Right. I'm not sure.
Rightio. Don't forget what I said the first time, though. Okay. Well, possibly a little harsher. The point I'd like to make now is speed changes cannot be made in isolation. There are a whole lot of things which are also come to play. You mentioned when you were talking to some of the previous speakers. There is a transport and traffic plan which the council is looking at for the next 10 years. There's housing density with Plan 14, which currently looks at having higher density homes or higher density of homes coming onto streets which you are considering as primary or main feeder streets or main traffic routes, and even with the proposed idea of a central spine, I question the wisdom of letting more housing being allowed to feed traffic onto those routes if they're going to be primary traffic routes. So all those things need to be considered. Having said that, a lot of things take time to put into place and to assess, and I would suggest that it's better to do it now rather than wait till all those assessments are made, but it can be done in a way which can be changed later if need be. Like if, for example, Christchurch were to go for a blanket 30 kilometre an hour, and I'm talking about the whole of Christchurch, that could be done with the intention of, say, a year and a half, 2 years' time, when it's due for re-election. People could then submit again, and people would get a chance in the meantime to see whether those fatality figures or accident figures are reduced, because I assume that they're still going to be doing assessments about how the traffic moves, what accidents there are, and people can judge for themselves at the end of that period whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. And I'm sure that can be done at a much lower cost than trying to do piecemeal 30 here, 40 there. And of course, the problem is, as drivers, although we try to be attentive, if you miss a sign, you don't know whether you're doing 30, 40 or 50. So the more variation of speed you have, the more chance there is that someone's going to miss it and make a mistake. And it's not just the driver themselves who may inadvertently speed. And people talked before about the speeding fines and making sure that people are caught for speeding. There are some people who inadvertently go 2 or 3 kilometres over the speed or think they're supposed to be doing 40 and it's only 30. The real ones we want to capture, these people are doing 80 and 90 kilometres in a 50 kilometre area, and they do. They treat Selwyn Street like a racetrack. Disraeli Street, which is a bus route, is a giveaway sign at Selwyn Street, and we hear earlier as the morning cars going through there, which must be doing at least 80 kilometres an hour, going from Antigua Street all the way through to Lincoln Road. And of course, there's not many people out there who are monitoring that. But the point is that although I'd like to see it reduced to 30 kilometres an hour, I don't want it to be an excuse for either the government or the council to be earning more money because someone's happened to inadvertently miss a sign and be penalised for going over the speed limit. And by having a whole number of different speed limits, that is more likely to happen. So I would like to say, if possible, try and make the whole of Christchurch 30, do it in a way that people will accept it. As I say, it's not just children, it's also older people and people with restricted mobility who also need that reduced speed for their safety, and have it reassessed in 18 months, 2 years' time, and it can be done reasonably cheaply. I'm asking the council to have vision and bring in something that's good for the people, not about whether they get voted back on or not.
Right. Thank you, Graham.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in, Graham and Graham.
Pardon?
Thank you for coming in, Graham and Graham. Tell the other one. All right. So now I'd like to welcome Wayne Keane.
Good morning. It's a limpy day today, I think. Thanks, Graham. Okay. As for the thing, I'm Wayne Keane. I live in Aidenfield, and my comments are related to Aidenfield. It's a new subdivision and tends to be a little overlooked at some things. This is a submission of frustration. Over the last 5 years, I have spoken to the community board, the previous city council, my local council, and the member of parliament regarding traffic issues in Aidenfield. The result to date, 0. This is a residential suburb which has a large walking community, including wheelchair traffic, due to the aged care facility, school, and St John of God, plus there are many young families in this area. I fully support the move to lower the speed in Aidenfield, and I cannot understand why it was not done when Longhurst, Wigram, Platinum Grove and Broken Run speeds were lowered to 40 kilometres an hour. At the time I contacted the council to see what was going to happen in Aidenfield, and they explained this long process we would have to go through, and on it goes. We are a family, and we have an additional problem. Backing out of our drive, we live one house on Euphrasia Drive, one house from Aidenfield Drive, and one house the other way from Josephine Crescent. We look both ways, it's clear, and back out, and suddenly we are confronted with a car in our rear vision mirror who has just come round a corner. Our safety would be greatly improved if these vehicles were travelling at a lower speed. Picture 1, Euphrasia Drive. You see how wide it is. Park a couple of cars and you can't get 2 cars down there. As part of the neighbourhood safety, we need to consider both the speed and the volume of traffic that is currently using these residential streets. We're addressing the speed but not the volume of traffic, primarily caused by accessing Ngapunawai. Speed is a major concern and is compounded by the volume of traffic. The local street, Euphrasia Drive, is a narrow residential street and was never designed to carry the volume of traffic it does. In addition to residents' traffic, it is the main access through to Ngapunawai for people who come down from Wigram Road to Aidenfield Drive. Plus it is the route for those who need to access Lincoln Road. It is not safe to use the uncontrolled intersection of Lincoln Road and Aidenfield Drive. Unfortunately, this is NZTA area, and we are having discussions via Megan Woods. We've already had one fatality at this corner. Aidenfield School is a special character school which has a larger catchment area, resulting in more children being transported by car. With additional traffic travelling down the route through Aidenfield Drive and Euphrasia Drive to Ngapunawai, this road becomes more congested. All of this is in addition to the group who actually like to boot it down Euphrasia Drive, as it's nice and bendy and can make a challenging situation for them. Picture 2, Augustin. Okay, take it. Augustin Drive. Sorry. The main entrance to Ngāpunawai is via Augustin Drive on a road which is designated a local road. Christchurch City Council Infrastructure Design and Standard 8.8. The primary purpose of a local road is to provide access to properties with a traffic volume of 200 to 2,000 movements per day. In 2019, Augustin Drive traffic was recorded at a weekday daily average of 2,027 vehicles and a weekend daily average of 4,034 vehicles. Traffic crawls on Lincoln Road at peak time, and with the new Netzel facility opening soon, there will be a clash with the peak traffic times and an even greater traffic volume. The Netzel venue will operate from 4 to 9 p.m. weekdays, plus all day on weekends. Augustin Drive is narrow and was never designed to carry this volume of traffic. When cars are parked on it, Euphrasia Drive is even narrower road than Augustin, and the road is reduced to one lane. Yes, we need to lower the speed, but we need to reduce the volume of traffic too.
Thank you, Wayne. Your time is up.
Oh, is it?
Have you nearly finished?
Yes.
Do you want to say final words?
Just a closing word on
Yes.
picture 3. How do we reduce the volume of traffic that is currently using these two roads? We need to close the gate on Augustin Drive, and this will still leave access for pedestrians and cycles by existing walkway, cycleway. Then open Wigram Road underpass, which has already been built and at 2.4 metres is higher than the Westfield Mall at 2.1. This is already linked to the motorway and cycleway access. At a CCC Ngāpunawai information evening, we are informed that the underpass will be open, but only for major events, when we need to be the main entrance to be Ngāpunawai and open all the time.
Thank you very much. And we do have staff here taking notes, so we'll record that. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And we'll now invite Amanda Walt. Is Amanda here? Yes. Sorry I couldn't give you more time. We've got 85 people to hear over 2 days, so we've got to keep pretty tight for time. Welcome, Amanda. You've got 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I'm here today primarily to talk about the proposed speed change on Southampton Street in Beckenham, Sydenham, but I also will touch a little bit on some of the other proposed changes in the wider Beckenham area. I've lived on Southampton Street for 20 years, and my family bikes, walks, scooters and drives in the area every single day. It's our community, we know it really well. 20 years ago, Southampton Street did have a speed issue. It was a bit of a boy racer magnet. And 20 years ago, I would have welcomed something being done to reduce the speed that people drove down our street. Now, I genuinely feel that speed is not an issue on the street. People drive at a much slower speed all the time, pretty much. There's obviously always the odd rule breaker. But in general, I don't think speed on our street is a problem. My children go to school in Beckenham and Cashmere. They bike and scooter to school, and they have done on their own since a reasonably young age. They never feel concerned for their safety, and I never feel concerned sending them off to school on their own. Southampton Street's a very wide street, so that means that even with cars parked on either side of it, there's still plenty of room for cyclists and cars to go down the street. The footpaths are also very wide, so there's plenty of room for pedestrians. And in addition, it's a reasonably straight street, apart from a couple of bends at the beginning and the end. And so when you're crossing the street, you've got really clear, easy vision both ways. I certainly agree that it's sensible to reduce some of the speed limit on some of the streets in the area. Sandwich Road, for example, makes sense, and Fisher Ave. Both streets are pretty narrow and very, very busy during school pick-up and drop-off time. And there's lots of kids making their way to school, of course, as well as parents dropping them off. But that's in stark contrast to Southampton Street, which, as I said, is very wide. And from my observations, it has a reasonably light flow of traffic, both on the footpaths and cyclists and cars at any time of the day, on any day of the week. just touching again on what's been proposed in the wider area, I think it's really important to consider that while we absolutely want to keep our kids safe, taking into account holidays and weekends, kids are actually only travelling to school and home from school on about 50% of the days of the year. And even then, that's only a small part of each of those days. So it feels like what's been done in the area already in terms of speed reduction is working. And I think that potentially having a variable limit that's enforced at certain times of certain weekdays is a more practical approach to what's been proposed, which looks to me like pretty much a blanket 30 kilometres an hour throughout the entire area. 30 kilometres an hour is an extraordinarily conservative speed, especially on a street such as Southampton Street, but that counts for some of the other streets in the area as well. I had some correspondence with council staff when I was trying to prepare my submission, and I asked for details of research that had been done to determine the new speed limits in the area. I was interested in learning some of the statistics, perhaps around injuries and deaths in the area, which had led to determining why it needed to be 30 kilometres an hour. I was told in what I felt was a rather patronising reply, to be honest, that it was part of Waka Kotahi's Road to Zero strategy and that you weren't going to wait for deaths to happen before you decided to make the streets safer, which I didn't really think that was particularly helpful. But what that does lead me to question is that if you've got no statistics on deaths or injuries caused by Southampton Street being 50 kilometres an hour, does that not mean we're already at zero? So by reducing it to 30 kilometres an hour, are you not solving a non-existent problem? So Southampton Street does have an issue, but it's not speed, it's the quality of the road surface. It frequently has potholes that need patching, and I hate to think how much has been spent over the years on patching those potholes. I think if you're going to be spending money on my street, I know what I would prefer it to be spent on. Now, I don't necessarily think for 1 minute that me coming here today is going to change anyone's mind about what's going to happen in the area, and I think that your staff member's response to my email kind of gives me that strong indication. But regardless, thank you for your time. I wanted to show my kids that when you believe in something, you need to stand behind it and come and speak at a public meeting, even though that's a bit scary. Thank you.
So that's perfectly timed for your time. And you're quite right. You do have to make a stand on things you believe in. So thank you very much for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
Valuable. All right. So who do we have next? Sarah Illica, please. Welcome.
Hello.
Far away.
Kia ora. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great.
As you know, my name is Sarah Ellica, and this is my support team, Emma and Jane. I have two hats on today as well, like your previous presenter. Firstly, I'm the presiding member, the chair of the board of Linwood Avenue School. Our school is on the corner of Linwood Ave and Aldwins Road, opposite Eastgate. Many people don't even realise the school is there. I have a mandate to speak on behalf of the board, the staff, our community, and our 400 children. We are 100% in support of the proposed speed limit reduction to 30 kilometres an hour past schools, and actually for all schools everywhere. We had a 5-year-old hit last year on our pedestrian crossing by a car who ran the red light. We have witnessed countless near misses. Every day, drivers do not drive to the conditions. Children are unpredictable. Drivers get distracted. The consequences are unthinkable. But when the unthinkable does happen, what we know is that the slower the speed, the less likely the serious injury. Okay, so my other hat today is as a resident of Thomas Street, off Linwood Ave also. One side is actually Linwood and the other is Bromley. I'm a member of the Bromley Residents Safer Roads Committee, along with my neighbours, and we have been working with council to reduce speeding and other dangerous driving. Once again, we 100% support the proposed speed limit reduction to 30k an hour on neighbourhood roads. In fact, all neighbourhood roads throughout Christchurch. For me, the connection with my neighbours is vital for my health and well-being and that of my family. I don't see my street as simply a way to get to the main road. First and foremost, the street is there to connect our homes. When you sever the bonds between a community by vehicles travelling at speed, for instance, you sever the well-being of that community. It is absolutely in council's best interest to connect people. Happy neighbours, happy life. I'd like to thank council for the way they've managed this consultation. When the proposal first came out, some roads in our areas were 30 and others 40. After reading the feedback, all our neighbourhood roads are now 30. You will have read that out of the 458 comments, 24% stated support, 11 stated the opposition, while the remaining 66 were observations or special requests. When you read those observations and special requests, the vast majority say, and I'm paraphrasing, we have a problem on our roads, we don't feel safe, please help fix it. That's all. Ngā mihi. Thank you very much.
Oh, excellent submission, thank you. We do have time for a question now.
Are you happy with the 40 on Hay Street?
No, I think it got reduced to 30, I understand.
Oh, okay. I live on Hay Street, sorry, and I don't believe there's any thing yet. Okay.
Oh, so it hasn't gone, yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
We would prefer, I think, for a blanket 30.
Thank you, we've got that. We're taking notes. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Okie dokie. George Laxton is on Zoom. Do we have George? Right. Welcome, George.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 5
Wonderful.
minutes. Go now, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is George. I'm a 26-year-old who lives in the Waltham area. I made several comments on the Safer Streets proposal, so I'd like to be quick and leave time for any questions you may have. My main point that I want to bring up is the overarching point about why this is important to me. We build our road infrastructure for different purposes and name them as such. Streets should be for low-speed traffic. In my opinion, there's no need to travel 50 kilometers an hour through neighborhood streets, regardless of whether or not they're near a school or not. We all deserve the right to safe speeds outside our places of residence. If we do this right, we can not only reduce the perception of danger through neighborhoods, but also massively increase our bike network by slowing down cars and providing a safe place for more people to get on bikes, which is going to contribute to reducing our carbon emissions as a city. Speed is a massive factor when it comes to surviving a collision with a car. However, I can also tell you from personal experience that getting past on a bike at 30 versus getting past at 50 is a completely different experience. In light of this, I would like to see slower speed limits expanded to more residential streets. The current selection is great for certain areas, which I will get back to, and covers a lot of the places I live and work. However, I wonder why Wilson's Road South, near my house, has not got its speed limits changed. I believe it should be 40 or even 30 to match with the surrounding streets. It is not meant to be a thoroughfare road and should not be designed as such. The road is wide and encourages going faster than the posted 50 kilometers an hour, and people drive fast to the end or turn into our street and speed and drive fast down our street. Now, I realize that changing speed limits isn't going to change the perceived safe speed of the road for drivers, and we will still have some drivers going fast down our street. But I would hope that the speed limit change would encourage them to speed at 35 to 40 instead of 55 to 60. I fully support the council making the first difficult step to creating safer, slower streets for all, and I hope that data collected from this will result in traffic calming and modal filters being installed throughout the city to combat rat running and prolific speeders in the future. Now, back to my comment on how this is great for certain areas. The areas near schools are covered well, as they should, and there are many neighbourhoods throughout Christchurch that are getting slower speeds. However, there are quite a few neighbourhoods in the east of Christchurch that are not covered at all by the speed changes. Why are some residential areas left out? And why is it always the east of Christchurch that seems to be at the near bottom of the list when it comes to making improvements to our city. Listening to the live stream this morning, however, it sounds like there might be some extensions which are not shown on the map. But what I would like to advocate for today is making sure that every street in Christchurch is included in the slower speeds. I'd like to end on a slightly positive note. While lockdown did come with increased stress for all, I really liked it when you could just go outside for a bike ride or walk and the streets were peaceful, quiet, and low trafficked. All of these factors lined up to make it super pleasant to ride in. This can and will be the norm if we have the political will to make the changes to support this. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, thank you, George. That was a very, very lovely submission to listen to and very eloquently put. Are there any questions for George? So, do you have a question, Tyler?
I don't know how to formulate the question, but you raised a really good point in your submission around coming off a really fast road, such as Brougham Street, and going into the suburbs.
Yes.
I'm just trying to wonder if there are any other situations in that case. I'm thinking of Curlitz Road, for example, was one, but that's Wakakotahi, for example. But can you talk to me a little bit more about your feelings and the observations that you've had on that Wilson's Road one in particular?
Wilson's Road South?
Yes.
Yeah, so people coming off Brougham Street, because it's coming from that 60, it sort of encourages people to sort of take that corner quite fast. And I'm not really sure what you're really wanting me to say, but I see a lot of people sort of thinking that they can just sort of cruise down from 60 to 50, but they might be going halfway down the street at 60 still before they finally hit the 50.
Yeah, and look, I think that's the point that we can allow staff to note and perhaps look at other areas. Thank you, George. And we've got one more question from Celeste.
Hi, George. Thanks very much. Just quickly, in the eastern suburbs, is there anything sort of top of mind for you that would be useful to cover?
Just specifically looking at the map, I just noticed that there's like large gaps with like residential areas which are just not covered. And I think all residential streets should be covered if it's not a through.
And I think we did address that at the beginning of the meeting. There will be other areas, George, after this. So our time is up. So we'll move along. Thank you again. Thank you very much, George, for that. Do we have?
Thank you for hearing my submission.
Cheers, Alex James. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex aho. So first of all, let me introduce you. This is Seth and this is Zoe. Their age 8 and just turned 7. And so we live on the Kashmir-Beckenham border and we cycle everywhere. Yeah, we've got cargo bikes, we've got scooters, and we probably use our car maybe once a week. Yeah, and my plan is if I can put petrol in it less than once every 3 months, then I'm doing really well. And I almost manage it. We love the whole thing. Safer speeds, absolutely wonderful. Please, please, please do it. It's absolutely wonderful. Our route to school, 80% in the proposed 30k zone. We've got a supervised zebra crossing on Centaurus Road, which we love. But go further. Please, 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 go further. Keep going, keep going. This is the reality. Say 80% in the safe speed zone, but we've got to cross Lansdowne Terrace. It's 15 metres wide. Yeah? And there's me, I've got my bike, him on his scooter, disappeared, he's got ADHD. He's off over the hills and far away. She can barely push her bike because she's little, and I've got to hold my bike, her bike, 15 metres across. Bowenvale Ave, oh my word, just don't let me go there. The cycle lanes aren't suitable for kids. Yeah, I know people gold-plated, OTT. No, not when you're 6. Absolutely not. Yeah, this is the one outside us at Lansdowne Terrace. The other picture, bin day. Bin day, God bless bin day. It just means all the pavements are impassable. Yeah, and then we're like, what do we do here? Driveways to cross. But we don't just cycle to school. Yeah, these little islands of safe streets around schools, absolutely wonderful. Do it. But we cycle everywhere. So we cycle to Cubs. Yeah. So the red route, the one on the bottom, that's the route we would like to take. That's Centaurus Road. Not a single bit is going to be 30k from what I can tell. It's houses, it's shops, it's residential. Yeah, it's not a through road. So there is a route we can take. I figured it out. It's 4 kilometres long. Yeah, that's kind of 60% extra, which when you're age 7, that's to the moon and back. Yeah, it absolutely is. And we've still got to come off the 30, you've got little islands of 30k, and you've got to get from one to the next. And that involves crossing a big road in the middle. Yeah, and you're not at a nice junction because you've just come out of this little back street and you've still got to get across the road. Same thing, we go to swimming. Yeah, swimming, we never take the direct route because it's got the Colombo Dyers Pass roundabout. Yeah, which my kids laugh every time. Mummy's not taking the roundabout. No, Mummy is not taking the roundabout on the cargo bike. No way. And it's being upgraded and I love you. Thank you so much, so much. Please do more of them around there. So we go backward. It's off-road. Off-road on a cargo bike is not fun, but, you know, we do it anyway. I've still got to cross Colombo. I've still got to cross Barrington. Band practice. Yeah, band practice. It's on bin day. Again, I can find a little bit that gives me a little bit extra in the 30k zones, but it's off-road, it's longer, I've still got to cross over the big roads. So, I mean, this is the reality. We don't just cycle to school. This is a friend of mine. He's also another keen cyclist, and this is Jessica. Yeah, she's Jessica, who's 12. You can see all those dots on the left. Those are all the places that she cycles to, you know, every week, to dance class and family dinners and all sorts of stuff. She can't operate the bus bike carriers because she's not strong enough. Yeah, she doesn't feel safe on some of the off-road cycle routes. Yeah, like Unicycle and Papanui Parallel. As far as he can tell, there's a whole area around him, Casebrook, that just seems to have been missed out. Yeah, he said none of her routes are in the proposed 30k zones. Yeah, it's just been missed. I hope that's just a flaw and it's all been upgraded since I last looked at the map. Yeah. This is the dedication to the cause it takes to get your kids cycling places. Yeah, those are Jessica's directions to get to dance class. Yeah, she does it 3 or 4 times a week. She's got to remember all of this. Yeah, she's got to get off here, cross over. Oh no, don't go on that bit. Come back onto the pavement here. Just walk around here, take your back. Oh no, you can't. Don't cross there. Whatever you do, go all the way. Go 100 meters that way. Then use the zebra crossing. Then go 100 meters back. And she's got to remember all this and do it. Yeah, and follow the instructions when her dad's not there. So let's finish off, connectivity. Islands of safe speeds are wonderful, but I've got to get from one island to the next. Yeah? And that involves crossing Colombo, it involves crossing Centaurus, it crossing Greer's Road. Yeah? Pinch points. Yeah, as a parent with kids, all I need is 1 point on their route that's not safe, and that's it. Game over, they can't do that route. Yeah? Any route I'm thinking of, I want them to do, I want them to do on their own, just 1 point that's not safe. And they cannot take that route on their own, and you end up driving them. Protected cycle routes, they're not gold-plated, they're not OT2 for a 7-year-old, they're what you need. Cyclists need to use major roads too. Yeah, I live on Centaurus Road, it is the main road to get from A to B, and it's still going to be 50. Yeah, but, there are a lot of routes that I have to use it, there's no other option.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex, your time is up. And very passionately put, and we really appreciate you coming in and the obvious love you have for your children and their safety. Hey, look, we were going to have a quick break, but we're going to just have David Ivory, who's come in a little bit early, so welcome, David, and then we'll have a break. So he was going to be at 11:55 if you're looking for the submission. Fire away.
So, is my presentation up? This is not my presentation.
Oh, that's quite
I could
fun,
do it
this
anyway, because what I was interested to hear from the literally 1 minute I heard of the last speaker was that this is mine, was how the safe speed neighbourhoods, safe speed neighbourhoods are like islands. So if I can just, any way to do this full screen? Okay, I'll just go through this like this. Okay, so I commend you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present to you. Presenting in this way is a privilege. Many countries, many places in the world, we don't have this opportunity, so I thank you. Also, I'd like to thank you that you were quite responsive in addressing some of the concerns in our neighbourhood, because this map was significantly changed during the consultation period from 40 kilometres everywhere to 30 kilometres, so that's great. So thank you for that. This is not going to work, is it? Okay, here we go. Okay, so the problem with that previous map was that it's a bit hard to see these safe speed neighbourhoods, and so I suggest you change your communications so that we actually show the neighbourhoods. It is about safe speed neighbourhoods, And this actually surfaces some of the problems with the communication and with opportunities that we've got for making what we're doing even better. By surfacing these neighbourhoods, you can see these busy streets. So we're creating islands, as the previous speaker spoke, of safety, but they're separated by these roads, which are scary, crocodile infested. They'll jump out and they'll get your kids. Now, the thing that little children don't understand is they haven't evolved to be scared of cars. They'll just run onto the streets. And I had a personal experience of exactly this. So, but parents do know, so it's all about all those perceptions. So we need to look at safe crossing points across these busy roads between these neighbourhoods to make them connected. And so this is indicative. This is not an actual proposal. I'm just saying we've got these safe speed neighbourhoods. We've got these busy roads. We need to make people be able to move through our suburbs, and these crossing points are important. Now, I'm sorry, I've focused on the south part of Christchurch because I'm a father in Addington, and I know these streets quite well, and my son travels through this part on the way to school. So this, if I can just orientate you, there's Christchurch Southern Motorway at the top, there's Lincoln Road going diagonally, and then Littleton Street, the other diagonal. And you can see down in the bottom left-hand corner, Spraydon School and Hillmorton High. No crossing points. So if we had those safe speed neighbourhoods where it makes it safe for kids to cycle and to walk to school, those streets need to be connected across those busy streets. Now, my son goes along this twice a day, and that crossing at Littleton Street is scary. He uses the cycleways, which are fantastic. I would not let him go to school if he didn't have those cycleways for most of the time. So this is the route that he takes down Edinburgh Street. And the crossing at Littleton Street is scary. There's nothing there. It's a little bit better at Grove Road because it's a quieter street and naturally people slow down. But what I'd like you to focus on is by defining these safe speed neighbourhoods, we can see where we can change other elements of our road network to make it safer. And that goes for all the schools, not just the school that my son goes to. If we have these safe speed neighbourhoods, then we can start identifying safer routes to school, and that improves that perception that the previous speaker was talking. Whether or not it's safer or not, that's not the issue. It's the perception of safety. We know they are safer to be safe speed and slower speed at 30k, but then we need more kids going to school. I've been to my son's school and there's like 40 kids using bikes. On a wet day, it goes down to 5 kids. For a school of 700 kids, that's terrible. It means there's more people on the roads driving, making it less safe. If we can create spaces and roads where it's safer everywhere, then it'll be better for everyone. And it all comes down to those crossings, I believe, because I understand that the 30k is a done deal, but let's make it push it forward and think about how those crossing points. This is not communicating what we're trying to do very well. It's all focused on the streets. If we focus on neighbourhoods, we can see the gaps in the problem and identify them. There's another thing, there's the thresholds from those busy streets into the neighbourhood, and that should be addressed with more than just signs.
Excellent points and perfectly timed. Thank you very much, David. I really appreciate you coming in with that. Really helpful. Okay, so we will now have a quick break till 11:10. Picked up 11:10. Pardon? Simon. The next one. We'll welcome Simon, if you're here. You are. And then we'll have a break from 11 till 11:15. Thanks, Mel.
I've got a copy of some notes. Can I hand them out?
We'll get someone to do it for you, Simon. Tyler Megan will do it. Morena.
Morena, how's it going?
Very well, thanks. Really
Good.
good. Really interesting. Great.
So to start,
Yes, please.
so I know some of you, my name's Simon Kingham. For those that don't know, I'll just introduce myself. I'm a professor of geography at the university, so I teach research on transport and urban issues. I'm also seconded 2 days a week to the Ministry of Transport as their Chief Science Advisor, and my job there, so don't blame me when it goes wrong, is to try and ensure that policy that goes up to the Minister is based on evidence. Doesn't mean it always is. When it's not my fault. When it is, I'll take full responsibility.
Good one.
You've already obviously read my submissions. I'm just going to summarise the key points of it and just emphasise a few more. To me, speed reduction is, I call it the most obvious no-brainer policy. There is so much compelling evidence, and to me, it's actually about 30 kilometres an hour. 40 kilometres, you get some benefits, but really for residential streets, we should be going to 30. Firstly, significantly reduces the risk of death. Tons of evidence that says that, and actually you get the real benefits when you get to 30, not 40. So there's a real steep curve, and I think I put that in my submission. Similarly, reduces the risk of serious injury. Again, you get those benefits at 30, not really at 40. It reduces health inequalities. A very eminent professor in the UK said the one thing that could reduce health inequalities, he said reduce traffic speeds, in his case 20 miles per hour. Saves fuel because it smooths out journeys. So it stops all the stopping and starting. Reduces air pollution. We know now that 2,000 people a year are dying from nitrogen dioxide pollution. And we know from research that actually it's 20 Ks is where 20 K speed limit is where you get the lowest rates of nitrogen dioxide emissions. And I can explain why if you want. Reduces greenhouse gas emissions, again, 30 Ks. Speed limits is shown to be that. Reduces noise. Encourages walking and cycling because people feel safe, and the previous speaker just emphasised this. It's about perception. It's about making people feel safe, and slower speeds are part of that. We are, unfortunately, one of the world leaders in obesity rates, and so anything more we can do to get people walking and cycling is good. Can also encourage PT because you don't slow public transport down because it's already going at those speeds a lot of the time, so relatively public transport seems faster. Enhances mental health because we know there are noise, pollution, the fact that more walking and cycling is good for mental health. Strengthens communities, slower speeds, encourage kids to play on the streets, they encourage people to go out and bump into each other, people get to know their neighbours. And actually the research is clear, it doesn't actually cost significant time. So even Wakikatahi's own research shows that slower speed limits don't add much time onto journeys. So the perception is that it's going to really slow people down, it doesn't. In the UK, there's a big campaign called 20 is Plenty. There's now 28 million people in the UK living in areas with proposed or actual speed limits of 20 miles per hour. So this is what we're talking about, reducing speed limits is not novel globally. It's really, really common in other parts of the world. In 2020, the General Assembly of the United Nations signed the Stockholm Declaration saying that there should be 20 mile per hour, 30 kilometre per hour speed limits in areas where vulnerable road users and vehicles mix. So in communities where people live on residential streets, I want to strongly advocate for speed limits of 30 kilometres an hour. And I notice in the plan, most of it is, not all, but I think we should be pushing for 30K in all of them.
Thank you. Got time for any questions? Is there any questions of Simon? Oh, Yanni.
Thank you, and appreciate the work that you do. I don't know if you've managed to read all the submissions. We've obviously got a lot, but
yeah.
There was one from the fire service, which was quite concerning.
I did look at that. Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I noticed that their point was that they can only go a percentage above the speed limit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, to me, that is just, we should just be changing that rule to allow them to go. If that's the speed limit, if that's the rule, we're not actually trying to stop them going faster when they need to get places. But that just sounds like a minor rule that should be changed, right?
Yeah.
Sorry? I'll do what I can because that sounds like that shouldn't be a reason to stop it. Secondly, I'm talking about residential streets. I think at most residential streets, we're not talking about the main connector routes. We're talking about residential streets, and I don't think it's going to add much onto those journey times anyway. But because they're still going to go whizzing down the fast roads.
Yeah, so I think staff have got a notice there. Yeah. And just quickly, Jake, here's a question. We've got 20 seconds left, Jake.
Yep. So Simon, am I right in thinking that really it's often debated around this table that this lower speeds will increase emissions and also slow down journey times? But what you're saying is over the whole journey, if you were to think about it in a waveform, it flattens out the variance of the waveform, but doesn't increase it overall. Does that make sense? And am I correct?
And that's the research. I put the reference in my submission. You're averaging, you're stopping people accelerating and braking, accelerating. And so the research says that 30-kilometre speed limits minimise emissions. And because of that, you're right, actually journey times don't increase much because you're just stopping people stopping and starting and braking and accelerating.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Simon.
And let me know if I can help with that other thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
We will do.
Good question, yeah. I'll do what I can. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Simon. Nice to see you. So we'll have a break till 11:15. If people could come back promptly, it would be appreciated. Thank you. Oh, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Teresa. It's all right, Yanni. You can. If someone looks.
I'm here.
Welcome. You got 5 minutes, and your time is starting now. So far away. Thanks for coming. Yes, it is. No. Yes, we have. We've got 2 on Zoom. No.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Thank you. Look, I don't. My name is Teresa Allpress. I moved to Christchurch in 2017 with my Christchurch-born partner and our oldest child, and we have since had another child here. We live in Sprayton. We used to live in Addington. We loved Addington, but then we lived on Brome Street, and we had to get off Brome Street for the safety of our children. Essentially, my safe speed submission was inspired by the fact that I want my children to survive journeys through their neighborhood when they're walking, cycling, or scootering. As Simon said previously, interactions with vehicles at speeds less than 30 kilometers per hour significantly impact the reduction of harm and death. And that is really important to me because my children are everything. We have to cross several reasonably busy streets to get to school. And I would like it if my child navigated those streets by themselves before their 16th birthday and they're stepping into a vehicle for the first time. And the only way that that is reasonable is if I can trust the vehicles on the streets not to kill them. If 30 kilometers per hour is what is considered safe to keep people in the central business district of Christchurch safe, then that should be what is standard in our residential neighborhoods to keep our children, our elderly, our limited mobility, our pedestrians, and our cyclists safe as well. We are also valuable, important members who contribute to society. So I am advocating for a 30 kilometer per hour maximum speed limit in residential areas. Any further questions? I could talk about access across streets and corridors for pedestrians and things like that, but it is not quite exactly speed related.
Well, interestingly enough, it has been covered today by some submitters, and it's a really valid point that I think we've all picked up on. So there is some time for questions, if you'd like. Andre?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a bit of a tricky one, but it's an important one. In my experience in local government so far, generally most people I've spoken to don't like low speed limits and are not keen on them, but they do want them in their own streets and in their own communities. How, in your view, do we get people on board with the idea of low speed limits in their commutes, not just their own streets?
Again, that perception of those slower times to get places when you're a busy parent who's trying to drop your kid off at school and then get to work in time and things like that. The fact of the matter is when you're driving on these streets during those time crunched times, you're traveling on average less than 30 kilometers anyway. So I guess, I don't know, besides just implementing it and then through practice, you would see that actually it still takes you 20 minutes to get to work. It doesn't take you that much longer. It doesn't necessarily speed your time up, but it might mean that when you're going along some of those neighborhood speeds to get to your friend's house at 2 p.m. on a Sunday, you're going a little bit slower, but maybe you can stop and enjoy, or you can at least see what's going on around you, and maybe there will be more children out playing, and maybe there will be more families out walking their dogs and things because it's safer to do so. I guess giving research like Simon has offered, when implementing these, look, we care about the citizens of Christchurch. We want them to be safe. These are how we do that without increasing the time and without impacting your life. This is how we do that. It doesn't cost you as the ratepayer any extra to do this. it will improve your livelihood, and you're still going to get to work on time, and it'll be okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you
appreciate
for seeing
that,
this.
Teresa. So our next submitter can no longer attend, but we've got the pleasure of Pam Richardson on Zoom. Is she there? Instead?
I'm there.
Hi, Pam.
Thanks, Pauline.
Fire away.
Look, I'm delighted to be able to fill in a slot. And yes, I'm on item 4, and page 53 is where I think might have been mentioned. And on the map, I noticed there's maybe a tiny little blue line with the area that I'm talking about. I can't see it on this map here, but on the map I could see it. So yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it there. So yes, that's the little bit that I'm referring to. That goes to the end of the Takapaniki Reserve, and just requesting that continue on from Anuku Road, which is 40 k's, the other round where it says Greenpoint Park, round that area there, it's 40 k's round that area. So I'm just asking for that to continue. And in my few comments there, I'm saying it's the importance of the site. It is a busy corner, and the road down to Stanley Place, you can see there's very steep. And a lot of people use that to access the Stanley Place, and that is going to become a more important access when the Britomart Reserve is some landscaping work is done on that. So it's very simple. I haven't stepped it out, but it looks fine to me as long as it goes along to the end of the reserve. It would be very much appreciated.
Excellent. That's very clear, and I think staff have got that. Tyler, question.
Kia ora. Are you talking about the extending it through Stanley Place or further down Onuku Road towards the marae?
No, Stanley Place will be I would imagine, is 40 k's. It's difficult with these maps to remember what speed you are actually driving, but I think Stanley Place will be 40 k's, and you'd never travel at 40 k's down Stanley Place anyway.
No.
And so the rest of the Anuku Road, it is 60 k's. I think it's 60 k's at this stage. It's a road that you don't travel fast on anyway.
No.
The road to the marae needs to be treated with caution.
Yep. No, that's great.
So
Thank you.
I'm not asking for it all the way to the marae, just to the end of the reserve is my
where that
plea.
end is.
You're dead right. It is tough to get around past 40 anyway. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
Yes.
Short and sweet, concise. Not you, your submission.
Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the work of the staff that were able to slot me in. So, and I just took somebody's place that was missing. So
That's
excellent.
fantastic.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Pam. Take care.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
So Ivor Watson. Is Ivor Watson here? I'm right there, aren't I? Ivor not here? Is Jules here? Jules, fantastic.
Hello, could I just sit here?
Yes, please. And you've got 5 minutes. Your microphone is on, so fire away.
Hello, my name is Jules. I live in Sydenham in Golby Street, so that's close to Huxley Street, I think. So I made a submission about enforcement of the speed limit. So in the area I live, I think it's quite residential, and the problem is I absolutely do not feel safe. To be frankly honest, I do not know what the speed limit is in the area, simply because I don't remember seeing any sign, and even if there was any sign, the problem is I have never seen a speed camera, so I'm not really worried about about my speed. Where I come from, so I'm originally from France, and I just have a few numbers that I'd like to share with you, and I've got them here. So in the early 2000, there was 120,000 accidents on the road, and there was close to 8,000 deaths. In 2010, there was 60,000 accidents on the road and close to 4,000 deaths. What happened in 10 years is they implemented automated speed cameras. My opinion is that a lot of people needs to be educated, and probably the only way to educate people as well as me is to enforce the speed limit. You can change the speed, you can reduce it, you can do anything you want, but if someone is traveling 100 k's an hour, and this is what happens around my area, you can change it from 60, 50, whatever this is at the moment, down to 30. It will absolutely not change a thing. Some people will tell you need to put speed bumps and chicane, things like this. All you will get is stop and go, and it will make things worse for us because, yes, they will be traveling slower, but no, it will be a lot more noisy. This is the point I wanted to raise. I hope it makes sense. So please put a lot of speed cameras everywhere. This is the only way you're going to get it sorted.
No, that's a very, very good point, and we've already had people raising the enforcement issue with us previously, so we may need to look at that as well. We've got a little bit of time for a couple of questions. Aaron?
So are you saying to not lower the speeds, just enforce the ones we have, or you're saying lower and enforce?
Both. Absolutely both.
So lower and enforce?
Yes.
Right, okay.
And you were not so supportive of street design changes like platforms and bumps?
I am, but
You are?
it won't solve the problem.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. In my opinion, reduce all the lanes. An example is Gasson Street. To me, it doesn't make any sense that going northbound, you have 2 lanes for vehicles. One should be cut, increase the space for the cyclist. It can be shared with buses. It's just that we need to make life hard for vehicles. And I know that it's not fair. Some people cannot have access to public transportation, but that needs to be increased as well. It's just that vehicles are not safe. I drive my bike every day. I do have a vehicle. I just try not to use it. But when I'm on my bike, it's absolutely not safe around the area.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, so because you did mention France and your changes there, we have an issue in this country of some people, a percentage, and there's a reasonable number of them that like to be quite antisocial in a car. What's the outcome for those people in France? Because here you just get a whole lot of fines and just keep racking them up. You can drive without a license, do whatever you want. But what do they do there that stops it, or do they have the same problem?
Look, I'm not a heavy Facebook user, but I do look at what's going on over there. And what you're saying is what we can see in the comments on Facebook. Everyone's going to tell you it's not because of the speed; it's because of the state of the road and blah blah blah. And I'm just going to drive without my license. I think you need to look at the bulk number. Yes, you're always going to have people that not going to follow the rules and they're just going to be erratic and they're going to drive without license. But looking at the population, it will definitely decrease. People will get more educated. They will understand, and yes, you're always going to get a few. There's a lot like this in France, but at the end, the numbers are here.
No, that's a very good point, and thank you for mentioning education. I think that's something that we definitely need to look at. So thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Excellent. Is Ivor here?
Yes.
Oh, you are. Welcome. You can come to the table, please. And you have 5 minutes. Thanks for coming in. Fire away.
Good morning, and my name is Ivor Watson, and I live in Piper Lane, which is off Birdwood Avenue in the Beckenham Loop. I'm here to present my views on the proposed lower vehicle speed for the roads in my neighbourhood. Let me get my glasses on. The council's reason, as I understand, for for contemplating a lower speed limit of 30 kilometres an hour around the Beckenham Loop is to improve safety for road users. Presumably, council wants to reduce the extent of injury occurred by a person hit by a vehicle. I've seen the council's graph showing the seriousness of injuries from road accidents, which rise steeply as vehicle speeds increase, and to me that's understandable. However, the incidence of road accidents are also a relevant factor, and I found no information on it for the Christchurch suburbs. I surmise that the road accidents in the Beckenham Loop are almost nil since the 40 km/h speed limit was introduced. If so, then the road incidents in the Beckenham Loop should be considered low. I'd be interested to learn how many road accidents there actually have been in the Beckenham Loop over the years. I could not find statistics for such accidents on the council's website. The only comparative information from council was for London, which is hardly relevant to a suburb in Christchurch. Population of London is 9 million, Christchurch 380,000. European cities offer no basis for comparison with Christchurch, in my view. I'm sure you've all seen news clips of Russian bombing of apartments blocks in Kyiv. To me, Kyiv is a typical European city. There are 3 million inhabitants living in Kyiv. Its land area is just over half that of Christchurch's land area. In such a crowded city, I can understand the need for speed restrictions, but that hardly applies to Beckenham Loop. I walk round the neighbourhood most days for about an hour. During those walks, I see maybe 10, 20 cars. I see about 10 or 15 people on the streets. Rarely do I see an unaccompanied child. The only exception is when Beckenham School is closing for the day, when there are many cars and people about. The streets in Beckenham Loop are mostly wide, with few parked vehicles. Visibility up and down the road is clear. In such circumstances, I don't understand why road safety is such a concern. I'm not adverse to taking precautions to ensure people have a safe neighbourhood. Unfortunately, safety concerns can be greatly exaggerated. An extreme example is the misuse of safety to justify unreasonable action is when, after the French Revolution, revolutionaries set up in 1792 a committee of public safety to run the country. The committee immediately unleashed a regime of terror and guillotined tens of thousands of innocent French, all in the name of public safety. Returning to the present situation, I believe imposing a 30 km/h speed limit on vehicles travelling the roads around Beckenham Loop in the name of safety is unjustified.
So your time is up. Do you want to finish?
Yes, I'm very close.
Thanks, Ivor.
Because there is so little traffic on the road, sensible people can safely cross the road, and vehicle drivers have a clear view of avoiding cyclists sharing the roads. In my judgment, the present 40 km/h speed limit is adequate. The risk of road accidents around the Beckenham Loop is low, and therefore there's no reason for the council to lower the vehicle speed limit. Thank you for listening to me, and I trust you will consider my views when deliberating on whether to introduce 30 km/h speed limit in the Beckenham Loop.
Thank you very much. And thanks for coming in, and we will consider your views. It's really good to hear your view. Okay, so we'll move on. Is John Horgan here? John? No, you're Kelly. John. Welcome. So once again, you have 5 minutes, and that's starting now, so you go ahead.
Thanks very much. The area I'm talking about is from Centaurus Road through to Malcolm Ave. I don't know whether anyone's familiar with that. I have actually got a few photos, but I didn't expect there to be so many people here, so I'll pass them around. And the area I'm talking about is on the front of this book about Beacon, so I'll pass that around too.
Right, and we do have a map on the screen.
Yeah, what happens is that Centaurus Road, it goes around the bottom of the hill, just before the brickworks, there is a small reserve called Palatine Reserve. And down below that is Palatine Terrace, which runs around the river. And then there's a footbridge which goes over to Malcolm Ave. So what we're concerned about is the kids that come down from Centaurus Road in the morning to go to school on their bikes. Centaurus Road is probably 3 or 4 metres higher than Palatine Terrace. So they do a zoomer down the track and come down onto Palatine Terrace and quite often go straight across the road onto the footbridge. The kids that are using the bridge are from mainly Cashmere High, South Intermediate, Thorrington, Beckenham, all those areas where the kids come from around Huntsbury or around the back of Centaurus Road, Opava or St Martin's or somewhere like that. So we live down the road, and about 4 years ago we had an incident about 8:30 in the morning. A lady screaming out that she'd hit a girl on a bike. The kids come flying across Palatine Terrace, and a lot of them are young. They don't, they get a bit of speed up down through the reserve. They're young. They come straight out onto Palatine Terrace. If you can see from some of those photos that I've taken, they're not very flash, but they'll probably tell you what I'm talking about. There's a whole lot of roadworks there at the moment, and we seem to be having semi-permanent roadworks down there. We've had those ones there for the last 6 months. Before that, we had 6 months for the landscaping and another 4 months for the drainage down Palatine Terrace and Eastern Terrace. So it's almost a permanent fixture. Anyway, it's good for us at the moment because there's no cars going through. The street's blocked off before the bridge. So that's good. It means no traffic. But it's not a permanent solution. And what we'd like to see is there's an example of a quite a low speed bump down on the corner of Centaurus Road and Wilson's Road, which I've got a photo of there. I think that would be, it would have the effect of slowing cars down. The cars use it for a shortcut. Instead of going right around Centaurus Road, they go down Palatine Terrace to get to Tennyson Street. And we see it in the morning. Some of those young guys are really booting it, and the kids come flying down. They're not particularly careful. They go riding out across the street and straight onto the footbridge. And the girl that I was telling you about, she got knocked off a bike, and everyone was down there. We got her sorted out and picked up, and bike got a bit knocked around, but we're just concerned that there should be something done before. Kids love those places, they love to come down the hill and go straight across the road onto the footbridge. That's great on a bike, and so that's our concern, and we live just down the road, so we've seen a fair bit of it.
Thank you very much, John. Very good points and well raised. Staff have captured your submission points and we will consider them. Thanks for coming in. Oh, that's your time up. Have you finished? Thank you. All good.
Sorry, my hearing's terrible.
Oh, that's your time up. Do you want your photos back or can we keep them?
No, that's all right.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Oh, yeah, I'll take the book.
Bloody good book.
Thanks.
Okay.
So Neil, Neil Smart here. Welcome. Far away.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name's Neil Smart. I've lived in Christchurch for 35 years, and I've lived in Rapaki Road for the last 30 years. I've been a chartered professional engineer up until last year, and I've been working for Downers for the last 30 years. I drive a Ford Mondeo for long distance and listen leaf around town, but I also bike for recreation and for transportation. So I fully support the lower speed limits being rolled out across the city. I think it's great, especially around the schools. It'll make things a lot safer for children. My only comments on that were I'd like to see more 30-kilometre-hour zones and perhaps even get rid of the 40. Keep it simple. You're either in a feeder road doing 50 or you're on a suburban residential road doing 30. In terms of my road, Rapaki Road, which is obviously access to Rapaki Track, it's a very narrow road and it's also an incredibly busy road. And on one half of the road there's no footpath, so residents actually step out of their gate onto the road. And again, at present that's a 50-kilometre-an-hour zone. I think that should be more appropriate to be a 30-kilometre-an-hour zone. I would also like to comment on the potential of the Heathcote River corridor for active transport. And can I just get that's the one. Just shrink that down a little bit. You can see the whole lot. Apologies for the not particularly good printing on the map. This shows the Heathcote corridor from Ferry Road through to Princess Margaret Hospital. And I run there most days, and one of the positive things that came out of COVID that I saw was the number of families that were actually coming out on the street and enjoying the river, but also teaching their kids to bike, and they felt safe in that environment with no vehicles. I think we can recreate that environment by one-laning a lot of those roads down there. They don't need to be 2 lanes, they're only for residential access. They're wide, so we could very, very cheaply turn those into 1-lane roads. It would require some signage, some traffic marking, and some traffic delineators. Now, I've also marked in the sort of pinky circles are the number of schools that are identified in that area. I've counted about 7. I could have missed some. So the positives of that, if you could do that, is that you end up with a very safe environment for kids to learn to ride a bike, and also gain the expectation that cycling is a good form of transport. I think parents are a little bit wary about sending their kids to school on bikes at the moment because it's not safe out there on the roads. But if you've got a separated cycleway, then they'll be much more keen to encourage their kids to bike. And that's not just the schools, there's libraries there's sports grounds, there's amenities, there's their friends. And we need to encourage this next generation to think about cycling as a form of transport. It's quite a long area too. It's about 20 kilometres all up of cycleway you could create there. And as I said, at very little cost. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Very good. Are there any questions for John? Kelly? And then Yanni.
Thanks for that. That's really interesting. It's just some things I hadn't thought about. Just the concept of one way in some areas. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit on that, because that's something we haven't heard anyone mention today.
Yeah, well, so like most of those roads, I mean, they're all divided into, there's blocks, so there's lots of roads coming into the river corridor.
Mhm.
So if you one lane it, if you're a resident there, is all you need to do is come in from the nearest street and along, and then you exit out the other way. You see that all the time when they're doing road repairs around there, where they'll one lane it,
Mm.
and residents put up with that. There's not a lot of traffic on there. And the other good thing about it too is if you do take back, though, say half the roads, you won't need all that for cycleways, so you'll actually be able to improve the amenity of the actual Heathcote River banks, and there could be extra planting, etc. going forward.
And just one final little question. Rapaki Road, which I'm quite familiar with, having been up the track many times. Do you see many people driving up there at 50?
Not lots, but you do have the odd person who will go up there. Yeah. I think
just not built for it, is it?
It's become a problem. I mean, like all the residents know that to drive relatively slowly, but you have lots of people coming from all around the city to access the track, and they are not familiar with it, familiar with the road. That's all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, sorry, Yanni, our time's up. But thank you, Neil, for coming in. Very good submission. Right, have we got John Lewsom here?
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm John Leeswin. Sorry about the mask. I hope that I'm not too muffled. I'm just on the last day of quarantine, so isolation from COVID. Thought best be 100% sure.
Thank you. We can hear you very well.
Okay,
Cheers.
very good. First of all, thank you all for the attention you're giving to this, and also to council staff for what I thought was a very well-run engagement. I'm a transportation planner. I've got a master's in engineering and transportation from the University of Canterbury, and I'm an Institute of Transport Engineers certified transportation planner. I've been living in Spraydon since 2008, and I'm a very keen walker. I walk a lot through all parts of the city, but especially in the areas between Spraydon and the central city. And I've got 5 things to communicate in my remaining time today, and I'll use the acronym I-EAT to summarize those. I is the impact, E is the environment, A is animals, and T is travel time. I don't know how much opposition you have received to the proposals, but I'd like to frame my feedback in this little mnemonic. The impact of lowering speeds from 50 to 30 with a sign only, doing nothing else, no enforcement, no engineering, we know from international research is about 2.5 kilometers per hour per 10K. So roughly 5 kilometers an hour in reduced speed. Now that may not sound like a lot. Hopefully staff have given you graphs that show what 5 kilometers an hour means. It is, to use the A of animals, the difference between many animals getting run over and not. So my wife is a veterinarian, and it was a weekly occurrence for her to deal with hit by cars. So we've talked a lot about the impact on children. There's also the impact of speeding on our loved pets. And it is traumatic for the family owners, but also for the veterinarians and their partners having to deal with people driving at such speeds. And while I know that speed limit reduction is not necessarily going to address the antisocial behavior, eventually it becomes more normal to drive slower. And it will feel difficult initially to drive this much slower, but over time, and there are some streets where 40 is in place, and you see people do get used to it. Another A, environment. I skipped one. So clearly, if we drive slower, then we're going to have less acceleration, and that's better for the environment. And I'd like to conclude with travel time. A lot of people think, oh, well, 30, this is really going to slow down traffic, slow down buses. Travel time is not dictated by how fast we can go in the mid-blocks, but by all the intersections along our journey. So the actual impact on travel time is not as great as some may may put forth. So that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the refreshing submission. Now we do have one question from Sarah.
Thanks, John. Actually, just a point. Cheviot's been changed to 30.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
So that whole area, because we got lots of feedback talking about the difference between 40 and 30 and switching between and stuff. I think all of the ones in that whole area are now 30 instead of 30 or 40.
Yeah, I fully support what one of the previous persons was saying, that you know, it's too confusing for the general public and too many signs to have 30, 40, 50. Let's just keep it as simple as possible.
Great. Thank you so much. I hope you have a full recovery by tomorrow. Susanna, welcome. So you have 5 minutes and you can fire away now.
Thank you. I asked a question prior to the meeting about speed cameras and whether or not they actually pick up both e-bikes, bikes and scooters about enforcement. And I was wondering if I had a response from that.
Not at this stage, but we'll get something to you.
Okay, because that was something.
Madam Chair, they wouldn't, because they don't have a number plate, so a speed camera can't do anything.
Can't identify
but a cop will pull you over if they see you exceeding a speed limit, and they do.
Well, and they're out there now with those little guns. You know, those.
So the guns work for bikes and e-bikes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
and, that was a question, because
if there's anything to report, we'll get staff to contact you.
Yeah. I will. That's why I asked it before the meeting, because it was kind of a point of my argument, is that I don't think the 30k limit is reasonable to expect one sector of the road using public to abide by the rules, whereas you cannot enforce that for another section of the road using public, because it's just not reasonable to expect a section of the road users to use that and the other section not to be able, just as other people have said outlined, there are people who disregard the rules and do drive unsafely, and I think that it is I think what should be the focus of the council is more focusing on those people who drive unsafely rather than regulating a 30k limit, because the 30k limit doesn't actually, as the gentleman before me, does not actually make a difference to those people. He said that the speed limit reductions only decrease the actual speed of the people by 2.5 kilometres or something per 10k, so 5k, which means that the people who are following the rules, like myself, I am the sole carer for my mum who has dementia. She's 83, so a bike is not an option. I have to drive, and there are other people with disabilities who have to drive. So the council is actually limiting the people who, the ability for those people to move about. So the other question I had is this focus on schools and children, safety for schools and children, a way to make 30k for the entire city by stealth. I don't think it is reasonable for the entire city to be 30k. I think that as far as the gentleman before me said about travel times, the majority of the roads in Canterbury and Christchurch are straight, so therefore the intersections are less. So actually this 30k speed limit on large swaths of the road, such as Addington Road, does impact your travel time considerably. I was travelling down Addington Road, coming back from a friend's play, 9 p.m. at night. There was no cars on either side of the road. I could see all the way down to the park, and I was travelling 30 k's, and there was absolutely no reason, safety-wise, for me to be travelling 30 k's. There was no kids, there were no people, there were no cars, there was nobody. But as the speed limit was 30 k's, I was travelling 30 k's, and that did put an extra 10 minutes on my travel time to drop my friend off home. Because she doesn't travel at night on the buses because the buses are too irregular. Yes, you had a question?
Right, we've got a couple of seconds left. Andre.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Are you supportive of 30k zones in any certain areas, like for example, immediately outside schools, or generally nowhere?
I actually think the speed limit should. I'm not against 30k's in the school zones, but as they said, the 30, 40k is confusing. I think it should stay at 40k, as that is. I think that during those peak times, if you are a reasonable driver, you will actually probably be only going 20k's, because that's the speed limit. That's the speed that you can drive. But if you are a dangerous driver, then it doesn't matter what the speed limit is, because you're a dangerous driver.
Thank you very much. Your time's up now. We don't have time. But thanks for coming in, Suzanne. I appreciate your view. Sean Wiley. Sean here? Sean's no longer. Okay, I don't have that. So we have Kitty. Kitty Moran. Welcome.
I live on Hay Street near the Butterfield Ave intersection. We regularly, or most nights, have people doing about 60k an hour down our street, flooring it from Linwood Ave up Hay Street and back. There is a school right around the corner. Although we live nearby, I am considering taking my child to another school just because I'm concerned about safety, walking him there. And I was having a think on the drive here on what could be helpful, and I'm wondering if a chicane or two on Hay Street would be helpful, as well as reducing the speed limit to about 40k an hour rather than 50. People come off Linwood Ave doing 60 at that point, and then just keep on going.
Is that it?
Just
I'll wait till you're finished, and then if this time Sarah has a question.
Yeah.
So you can...
Just another point on the Bridle Path Road, people flooring it down from coming off the tunnel down Bridle Path Road. They just hoof it down there, and there is a school right on that road. And people cut the corner onto Port Hills Road off Bridle Path, including going up over the curb and onto the footpath. I was nearly hit. My son was nearly hit. And, my parents live on that corner, and I'm constantly worried about backing out of their driveway just because people don't do the speed limit.
Right. That's really good to have that local feedback. So shall I take Sarah's question? You okay with that, Sarah?
Just a quick query on Hay Street. So we had a resident of Thomas End, one of Hay, this morning as well, and wanting all to be 30, that area, not the difference between the 40 that was originally proposed for Hay Street and the other one's at 30. Are you happy with Hay Street going to 30? Because that's now what staff are recommending.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
As long as it's lower than 50.
Yeah. That's
and
great.
as long as it's enforced.
Yeah. Okay. Top end of Port Hills Road, where it intersects, where the park is there on that corner. After the earthquakes, because that was the truck route, they took away the park bollards and paved it over. Is that where the cars are cutting across now? Because we could put those bollards back on.
It's the opposite corner to that. So people are cutting that corner to turn left off Port Hills onto Bridle Path.
Yeah.
And that seems to be okay because they're going uphill, so they have to slow down to actually see around the corner. But the other direction, turning left onto Port Hills, that's when they cut over. And it doesn't matter that there is a grill and a grate there. They just fly over it.
Thanks.
Good to know. Thank you. Tyler.
It's just a question for staff. This is another great point that's been brought up, going off a main arterial route that goes really fast into a suburban area, such residential. I'm just wondering if staff are, is it easy to model what those corners might look like across the city? Because she's talking about Linwood Ave. There's multiple streets that do that around the city. Is it easy to model, or is it even possible? For example, if we're going down a 60k down Brougham Street, for example, turning into Woodham, they're continuing to say that same speed, and it is essentially going to be a 40, but they're still anticipating that it's going to be a 60 because they're still using that same speed. They're using their momentum to go around those corners. Curlitz Road's another example, Linwood Ave's another example. It's becoming quite frequent. I'm just wondering what the advice would be going...
So what the advice could be about that?
About
so
the modelling of what there could be around mitigations of getting those around the corners.
And certain hotspots
sorted.
in the city that are vulnerable to that.
Thanks. Sorry, I find it really hard to shape my questions.
A good question.
I just had a thought that maybe extending the 50k all the way to the next set of lights. I can't remember what the road's called. I think it is McGregor's Road. So that 60 zone between Eastgate and the next set of lights seems to be the problem. Hay Street is pretty much just after it turns into 60, and there are lots of children who cross Hay Street to get to the school across.
Okay, no,
that's
really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, Yanni, have you got a very, very quick one?
We do have money that we've got on budget as council to improve the roads through Bromley, Linwood, through Surf and Craft. So there's going to be a lot of work done, particularly around Hay Street and Linwood Ave as well. So
that's good.
Just to kind of reassure you that we're not just doing the speed limit changes, but we are looking at what else we can do to make it safe.
And it's got so busy. Thanks, Kitty, for coming in. It's really nice to see you.
That's all right.
Yeah, we'll just trying to keep to time. We're a wee bit behind.
Okay. Yeah, it's just on whether there was actually any data around people, changing speeds, as
so we
Tyler
can
says,
bring
from
that
60
in
to
with the-
40. That.
Yep. Thanks, Kelly. Is Dean Gray here? No, Dean's not, sorry. We're going to Christine Bett. Welcome.
Hi.
Fire away when you're ready.
Okay, so I live on Avonhead Road, and my son goes to the local school, and really pleased that the speed is going to come down, but it doesn't seem to be Avonhead Road speed isn't going to be coming down, and we have trouble all the time trying to get across Avonhead Road over to the other side of Avonhead Road so that he can walk safely into school. And my son has autism, so it's a bit more difficult for him to judge how fast the traffic is going. And quite often he'll go to go and I'll have to grab him and go, oh, no, that car's now coming. And even when they see you, they don't slow down at all. They just on through. So there's no safe crossing point either there.
Yep.
Into the bit where he goes.
Right. No, that's really good. Mel. And then Tyler.
Do you have any comments about any of the specific, more local roads? Because I see there's a mixture of 40 and 30 proposed. Do you have any comment on those?
No, I'm just like...
You just got the one issue with Avonhead Road.
Yeah, Avonhead Road.
Thanks. And Tyler?
What end of Avonhead Road are you talking about specifically? I drive that road all the time today.
I live at 206, so I'm kind of like bang, kind of...
There's
like the roundabout at the top end, which I know is going to get addressed.
Yeah.
And then there's the roundabout down the other end, which is Maystone, I think.
Yeah.
It is. And I'm kind of like in the middle.
they're very gnarly roundabouts too. But even just going across that road, I know it's quite tough. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Nice of you to come in.
Thanks.
So, Patricia. Welcome.
Thank you. I live in Simeon Street and virtually halfway down. And the issue I have is with the amount of heavy, very heavy trucks that are going down that road, usually in the morning. I can't actually tell whether they're speeding or not, but the fact that they're so laden is causing a lot of vibration in my house and in several people around me that I've spoken to. I don't think Simeon Street's ever been designed to take that amount of traffic and heavy traffic. Now, I went to a meeting at Christchurch South a while ago, and one of the ladies from council there said she wasn't sure whether the supermarket had, particularly the supermarket probably, because I think that's where most of the deliveries are being done, whether they have to have a permit or something to allow delivery trucks to come in off Simeon Street. But I'm not sure if they never got back to me on that. But as it happens, just recently it seems to have calmed down, but they have been doing lateral repairs on the sewers in Simeon Street, so that might be a reason.
It's probably the reason, yeah.
But it really is terrible, and because it's early morning deliveries, it's difficult to know, because I'm never up at that time, whether they're speeding or whether it's just the heavy amount of stuff that they're taking. Now, I'm right opposite the fire station. That never seems to be an issue because they're not really building up any speed by the time they come out of the station and either go out Coronation or down on to Milton. I'm not sure. Looking at the map, it looks like there may be a possibility of Simeon Street being reduced to 40, if I've read the map properly. 30? Ooh, 30. Okay.
Is that good news for you?
Yes, but whether that will stop these early morning people thundering down there or not, I don't know.
That's right, because people have brought up the enforcement issue today quite regularly, yeah.
And the trouble is the access off Simeon Street is pretty crazy, to be honest, access and exit. But these trucks, I don't know whether they should be going down Barrington Street and coming in off Athelston Street, which is a much better access.
Yeah.
But there just seems to be a lot of traffic going down there, a lot of trucks. I've taken a note of quite a lot of them, but I'm just not sure whether that's going to stop them in the morning or not.
Right.
Because they're not really causing a hazard because there's very few people around at that time and cars around at that time. But it's the effect it's having on people who are living in these houses.
Yeah.
The vibration is like an earthquake.
Mm.
And I just want to know whether all this traffic should be going down Simeon or whether something can be done about restricting it.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. We've got other areas around the city that struggle with vibration from big vehicles as well.
Mm.
And I mean, it is preferable that they stick to the main roads, but a lot of them do cut through suburban areas, which is not desirable. So I don't know whether you can get a response out to Patricia about that. I'm not sure that there's anything that we can do to force them to drive on some roads and not others, unless we use design tactics, and that's expensive.
Well, the only thing would be to put some sort of speed bump
That's
in,
right.
but which shouldn't, if it was put almost at the fire station, it shouldn't really affect them too much because they're not really building up any speed anyway when they come out or go in.
But then sometimes those humps create more vibration.
Yeah.
Aaron, you've got a quick question?
Yeah, you can also, if you can see what trucks they are sometime, if you're ever up early, contact the companies because they might not be speeding, but they might not be driving properly and torquing the motor rather than going through the gears like they're meant to.
Yeah,
and if you torque the motor, that vibrates because some of the bus drivers do it. They're a bit lazy and go around some of the bends and don't change gear, and then the vibrations the vehicle sends out when you talk a motor is not
Yeah, so
pleasant.
if you do spot, what brand or
Contact
what company,
them and
do
just,
feel free to give them a call.
A lot of them have a courtesy line and things like that, so it's just the drivers just need to tackle up.
You know, if the supermarket has to have, is there something about a permit as to what road
Look,
they deliver
personally,
from?
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but could we get a response? I think the trucks are allowed
That's what
to
I
use
thought.
it.
Yeah, unless it's got a truck ban,
Yeah.
which not many roads do. Yeah.
So your time is up, and we'll get staff to respond to your questions if they've got anything for you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Adair Wilson.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank the road team for providing statistics to the community and the council. It's just a shame they're a little bit of a Donald Trump, not quite relevant to this discussion, actually, and I'm very disappointed in that. In examining some submissions made, I see the fire service do not support the plan due to the harm they believe it will cause. I'm also concerned that the health department statement, which is in support of this plan, does not mention what impact this change will have on the three main agencies that they provide funding to provide health and support services out in the suburbs, and possibly because they don't run these agencies themselves. These agencies, that is Healthcare New Zealand, Nurse Maud, and Access Community Health, don't appear to have provided a submission themselves either, which is of concern as they provide support and healthcare services for a considerable number of vulnerable people, and I consider they may be extremely inhibited by the slow speeds in the suburbs, resulting in a reduction in client numbers and in turn an increase in danger or death and serious health implications. I also don't doubt they may not have made a submission because they do receive funding from the health department and they are in support of your proposal. I therefore encourage the council to reach out to them confidentially and ask for their input. There has, on average, only been one death and 8 people hurt on the suburban streets you are planning to reduce the speed limits on every year. That is 5% only of fatal and serious crashes, something your own team forgot to mention. I believe more people than this will end up dead or seriously ill if you proceed with this plan, given the impact on fire and also the 3 health agencies who service the suburbs. What you're proposing here is not actually a harm-free proposal. People driving too fast are already blatantly ignoring the road code but not driving to conditions. They do this because they know there is an extremely low risk of them ever getting held to account for their behaviour. These people are already irresponsible. A new speed sign on suburban streets will not change this. In addition, the police department does not have the resources to patrol 80 roads in the city, which are actually in the suburbs. Their resources are better spent policing main routes where they can help reduce the 95% of all other accidents that are happening out there. That is not to say that I believe the council cannot change driver behaviour and keep communities safer. I believe they can, but not by changing speed limits on the road. I consider better options available to help empower the people of the city who are sick of bad drivers and who feel powerless to do anything about it. Firstly, put metal signs on as many roads as possible, encouraging people to report bad driving behaviour using the Community Road Watch page on the New Zealand Police website. Although drivers reported here will not get issued a ticket, they will get a letter from the police and have to realise their bad driving is now on record at the police database and will stay on that database against their name for all time. And I double checked that with the police yesterday. These letters also advise people what the correct road rule is and act as an educational tool on how to drive safely. If the council promotes and advertises this service and the community gets on board and regularly reports bad drivers, they will have to realise their behaviour is not acceptable to other road users, and the police are now aware of them even though they have not been issued with a ticket. I consider this would act as a far more effective wake-up tool for many and ultimately help reduce the road toll across the whole city without the need for speed reductions in suburbs and the harm that may well end up causing. In addition, I would also encourage the council to petition the government to require people who renew their licence every 10 years to resit their theory test and obtain a pass before they can renew their licence. I'm suggesting this because in the 45 to 60 year age group, and hold on a minute, hold this up, drivers feature increasingly, I might add that's that second hump, in the fatal and seriously high crash statistics. As time passes, knowledge fades, and bad habits start becoming the norm. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that is the official stats from the Waka Kataris. Oh, right. Yep. Is that the right way? Fair to say the police don't necessarily regularly advertise this. The letters are sent out from HQ in Wellington, so it doesn't tie up your local police resources, but it does stay on people's records. If the cops ever pull somebody up, that person is either in a crash, they call out that person's name, they will see all the community bad driving reports against their name. That is a far better deterrent than telling people to read a sign when they're not going to read it anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear. That's great. And thanks for putting the time in to prepare your props. Can I welcome David McCormick, please?
No, do you want to hold on to it?
Just come to the table. We've got to keep moving along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adir.
Thanks.
Welcome, David. You've got 5 minutes. And
Kia ora.
away.
Thank you for having me today. So I live in Horsell. I'm an avid cyclist and I use Cashmere Road most days, if not multiple times a day. So just one section of Cashmere Road has been proposed to be dropped to 40 k's an hour. I almost, so this is at the Horsell Quarry end, which will be great to allow for the residents in the subdivisions there now to cross over Cashmere Road and use the facility of Horsell Quarry, which is phenomenal. I use that every day with the dogs. But then my other question with the new wetlands as well that's been added into Cashmere Road, how about actually looking to extend the 40k an hour further into town, so that instead of just the first piece of Cashmere Road where it's always been residential, where the new subdivisions have popped up all through Cashmere Road, to reduce that. I think in my submission I showed there's about 15 signs highlighting that there's cyclists, equestrians, pedestrians and the want for lower speeds throughout a section of Cashmere Road. So instead of highlighting the risk, let's actually reduce the risk by reducing the speed. And then the other one is regarding my subdivision that I live in. It's currently 50. I'd love it to be 30. A few reasons for that is, again, I ride a bike, but then also I have a 4-month-old puppy at the moment, and I've realised how silly young ones are, that we've got a 4-year-old Samoyed as well. The puppy decides whenever we get close to a car that's moving, he wants to run out to it. So that's when we have to react to it. So it would be good to have more reaction time with them moving slower and the noise and that kind of stuff. And those are my two main ones.
Excellent. We've got time for some questions. Andre?
G'day, thanks very much for coming. So can you please just tell me which subdivision you're in that's currently 50?
So I live on Fodden Lane, it's a provincial road.
Oh, yes,
Yep.
yeah. And
so that whole area is proposed down at 30 and I'm for that.
You're supportive of that. Cool. Thank you very much.
That's great. And it's interesting that you're the second person to mention animals and pets, and I think that's a very good point. So Aaron, and then someone over here, Mel.
Just quickly, is the puppy a Samoyed as well?
Yes.
Right, okay.
2 fluff balls.
Yeah, we've got an 18-month-old.
Thank you, Aaron. Mel, and then Andre again, if there's time.
When you talk about Cashmere Road, are you meaning up to where it joins with Hohenheath Valley Road, or are you meaning further than that? Like
yeah, further than that.
The whole of all the way to like Dyer's Pass, or?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Andre?
Yeah.
I was kind of going to follow on from Aaron's question and consult about photos of these puppies.
Is yours a Kershaw? Is what I asked.
Yeah. Yes. Is that where yours is from, too?
Yeah, Anya's the mother.
Right.
And sorry, my second question was if you had a
Well, my
view
neighbours
of-
have got Samoyeds. Yeah.
Our fur babies are related. We're like brothers.
No more like uncles.
Sorry to interrupt the puppy chat, but and do you have a view on 60 k's along? Oh, sorry, changing to 50 k's, for example, on Cashmere Road. That's currently a 60.
It's better. It's a step towards, but I think just with the amount of subdivisions that have popped up there, as well as that wetlands. That wetland's phenomenally used.
Yeah.
And I think there's been car park works that's been happening there. So there's been quite a lot of cars when I've been biking past parked on the side of the road. So it's just, if it does get too busy, it's actually allowing for that to be safer through there. When you go up and over the downs, that's too fast at 50. You're not doing that. There's a couple of tight bends and some very tight spots through that whole Cashmere. But once you get out near Westmoreland, yes, it's a bit straighter and stuff like that. But definitely through that first piece before you get back to Westmoreland. But I'd love to see all the way through to Dyer's Pass.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah.
Entertaining submission. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
And just before lunch, Nick Reid. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Fire away.
Tēnā koutou kua hui hui mai nei. Ko Nick toku ingoa. Ko tēnei taku mihi ke ngā tangata whenua o te rohi nei. Ko nō reira tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'm Nick and I aspire for our city to be healthy with great well-being and hauora for all families, our neighbours and our whole community. I get so excited when I see massive groups of people walking around their neighbourhood, mum and dad biking with their kids like little ducklings behind mum and dad duck, and people loving spending time in our streets and playing. Whenever I meet people from other parts of the country, they're always saying that walking and biking is so good in your city. I enjoy running in the lovely Otakaro Avon River corridor, and I also enjoy running on quiet streets with lower speeds to run on. I'd love to take you back to remember lockdowns when we heard the chatter in the street and the birds chirping and didn't hear the loud, fast traffic. Us collectively working for a healthy city will have co-benefits with reducing emissions and knowing our neighbours, that community resilience that we so need when the next climate event strikes. So yeah, I'd like to tautoko with some of what the previous speaker said. I found it really impressive, the amount of comments that we saw on the map that everyone used to write responses, and I'd love to see more neighbourhoods go to 30k per hour. I would prefer to see healthy, happy and safe city rather than one focused on negligible time savings for people driving. Alike to probably most of the people today, I'm going to make some comments about the streets that I know like the back of my hand. Actually, these are neighbourhoods where I've lived in the last 6 years of being in Christchurch. So these were the three comments that I made on the submission. So here they are in Ilam and Rickton, just south of Rickton Road, and then Addington. So this section, it's really close to uni and Ilam Primary School, and I'm really endorsing this 30 kilometre per hour speed limit going in here. There's way more people that walk, skate, so many people on skateboards, it's crazy. And bike along this, and way more people doing that than driving. So yeah, let's provide for them. The second is this section, which I felt kind of got missed out. It's just south of Rickton Road, and these streets are already, some of them are narrow, like Picton Ave, and all the ones off Picton, Burdale, Peveril, and the other two further, Nelson, I think. They can all go down to 32. Like, these are neighbourhood streets. They're residential streets. Let's make those speeds safe, and improve these communities. And Addington as well. It's awesome to see that we're going to get 30 kilometre per hour speed limits here as well. Kind of similar to the Island example. Oh, a question? Or?
Have you finished your submission?
No.
We'll wait till you finish, and then
okay.
if there's time.
Right, cool. And finally, I'd love to be able to cross the road on Madras and Barbados. It's without feeling like I'm going to die. So I wonder when the 30 kilometre per hour central city speed limit will get extended out to these streets. because it would be great to be able to cross the road safely. We've shown that the 30 kilometre per hour speed limit works in the central city, so why not extend it? I'd like to say one last thing, and that's that one of my mates died last year in April. He was crashed into on his motorbike, same age as me, and he was so community-minded and gave so much time for volunteering. It was a 60 kilometre per hour stretch of road, but I'd say that intersection would be better at 40 or 30. So healthy communities and neighbourhoods are great for Christchurch, so let's do this. Cool.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear that. Tyler.
Kia ora, Nick.
Kia ora, Tyler.
Just a quick question around the Peveril Street area. There are a few comments calling it a rat race, trying to beat the traffic in Riccarton Road. What are your thoughts on that being a 30k area down Peveril going all the way down Harrington?
Yeah, that would be great to be a 30 kilometre per hour area. To stop people going through, you might need something more than just that 30 km per hour speed limit. Some sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, but basically supportive.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It would have really improved that street for the people that live on it, I'm sure.
And Nick, thank you very much for coming in and speaking to us today. It's very helpful.
Cool.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora.
All right, so that brings us neatly to a lunch break. And can I respectfully request people to be back at 1 sharp, please? Otherwise, we might struggle for a quorum and get delayed again. Some of us have got meetings straight after. We've got John Arkles on Zoom. So welcome, John. Is he on?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Fire away. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. So a little bit about me. I'm a UC teaching assistant here and a student, a mature student in spatial geography. So my last year's course was hosted, one of the courses hosted by Simon Kingham, who's the Professor Simon Kingham. So he's the advisor to the Ministry of Transport. And we learned a lot about what it means to be healthy and safe around communities, and in relation to the transport outcomes framework. And so one of the major things is for children around schools is their children's awareness and judgment is not that great, and they are less resilient to damage when they get hit by motor vehicles. So, and I'm sure you know that speed is there's a direct relation between speed and damage. So the lower speeds, less damage. And you probably also know the stats around hospitalizations for 0 to 14s has plateaued since 2014. And we're not, in comparison to other OECD countries, we're doing really badly in RTA, road traffic accidents, in that the only 5 countries that are worse than us, 6 countries worse than us, are Lithuania, Poland, Latvia, Chile, Colombia, and the US. So, which is not a great group to be in. It's also in relation to the transport framework about inclusive access. So the more children we can get cycling and walking to school, the better. You don't have to have, in a lot of cases, children driven to school in cars, but it's all about perceived safety around schools. So the more we can make the area around schools safer, actually more safe and perceived to be more safe, then the better it will be for a lot of people who take kids to school, kids who go to school, and the people who live in the areas around schools. So I have a son who goes to Hoonhoe School. He's 8 years old, and I have another son who's 14, goes to Kashmir. He cycles to school along Kashmir Road, and you might be aware that Kashmir Road's not a great place to cycle along in the mornings. And also Ben, the young one, goes to Hoonhoe School, and he gets dropped off around 20 past 8, and the speed enforcement's not yet in place at 20 past 8. It only happens 10 to 10 past, I think. I might be wrong about that. So yeah, it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff in relation to the transport outcomes framework, which is what I've learned about last year. Yeah, I guess that's mine. That's my and I hope that the council makes decisions based on facts and not emotions.
Great. Thank you very much, John. We've got time for a couple of quick questions if you want to stay there. So Aaron and then Mel.
Yeah, John, thanks for that. So one of the things that could happen is if you dumb down the speed limits too much, then when people interact with the road, they're not as aware or alert because it's no longer dangerous because it's 30k, and so you may get more people just meander onto the road or make poor choices, and so we get other consequences. Like with the health and safety legislation, the death toll in workplaces has gone up, yet we've put in way more rules.
So your question, Aaron, is does slowing down the speed limit make people less aware of their driving and less conscious of it?
I think there might be an aspect to that.
My question's more: have you guys actually looked at that? Have you looked to see if that has happened or it doesn't happen?
Oh, what's the evidence around that effect?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, but if you consider that kids will make bad choices and poor decisions and maybe try to cross the road in front of the car, if that car is doing 50 versus 30, or 50 versus 40 even, that makes a huge difference when they get hit. So That's the crux of it, really. Yep.
Yep, okay, so you don't have the evidence at the moment. And Melanie, just quickly, we've got 9 seconds.
It's just your comment on Sparks Road. Are you happy with the variable speed outside Hoon Hay, or do you think that there should be some changes, permanent or further along?
As it's, I think the time should be broadened, so there's half an hour before school starts.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, John. Excellent.
Okay, thanks.
Catherine Webber. Welcome. Yeah, do I sit here, do I? Yes, please. And you've got 5 minutes and your time starts now, so far away.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've owned my house in Woolston for 30 years and the speed limit on my street's always been 50 k's. I've never wanted to live on a street with a lower speed limit, but now it seems it's going to be forced on us just because there's a private school down a long driveway to which all students are transported by car. Like most Christchurch residents, I have no problem with speed being reduced outside schools during school hours, but school hours only, as there is no reason to have speed limits lowered 24/7. There are not going to be school children in classrooms at nights, weekends or school holidays. To make reductions 24/7, it's not fair to the wider community. It will just cause further congestion as it has on Ferry Road. Council are proposing lower speed limits under the premise of saving lives. However, it will actually cost more lives in other areas. Emergency services are only allowed to travel at 25 kilometres over the posted speed limit. So to reduce the speed limit by 20 k's will slow their response time significantly. Fire and Emergency New Zealand respond under lights and sirens to calls. They find the traffic calming measures such as speed bumps and speed tables annoying, not only in regards to slowing down their response time, but they are forced to slow down significantly to drive over them so they don't risk damaging their equipment. Ambulances also need to take them slowly for the same reasons and for the care of their patients on board. For every speed bump, it adds 20 seconds to the response time of a fire truck. So if a fire truck has to travel over 6 speed bumps on the way to a call, that's an extra 2 minutes lost. It may not seem like much, but it could be the difference between life and death. Fire Emergency New Zealand attend a lot of purple medical calls to assist St John. So if someone needs CPR and a defibrillator, a 2-minute delay is a long time. A drop from 50 kilometres down to 30 k's means the top speed emergency responders can go as 55 k's. That's if they can get through traffic, which they can't out here on Cambridge Terrace. I've seen it myself many times. Back in 2012, the emergency services made a joint submission against lowering the speed limits in the 30k city core. This is something I read myself, but I cannot read them at the moment because they're no longer accessible, these submissions from back then. So these changes will cost millions in signage alone. Another reason to increase our rates, no doubt. These costs will not be recouped by the numbers of lives saved. I believe the proposal was largely driven by your refusal to invest in ongoing road maintenance needed to bring our roads up to a decent standard and keep them there. Try aiming for 0 potholes before aiming for 0 road toll, which in itself is unachievable with a growing population. You are steadily making the city unlivable. I no longer enjoy living in the city I was born and raised in. How long until we have to have a flagman walking in front of our vehicles wherever we go? Just because you refuse to invest in quality long-term road maintenance. I have no doubt that Council is sincere in wanting to make the roads safer through lower speeds, but lower speeds limits are not going to stop boy racers, ram raiders, drunk drivers and other criminals that plague our streets. To make sure our roads are safer, there's a lot to be done, but by the police and the justice system, not Council. Please think long and hard about the true costs and wide-ranging implications before throwing your support behind this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate you coming in. All right. Lynn Miller, please. Welcome, Lynn, and
Right, and oh, sorry, my next door
Lizzie,
person.
next door neighbour. Welcome.
Retreat
Yeah.
Road, Avonside Drive, and
Great.
we're right
Oh,
next
yeah.
door to one another, so that's how the road works, and that's where we are.
So far away, you've got 5 minutes. That includes question time.
Thank you.
Cool.
It's short and sweet.
Yep.
Although I agree that the change in speed limits for some areas are good, I feel strongly that the speedsters in this area that we live in, which is Avonside Drive, Retreat Road, the Dallington area, they won't comply with any speed limit. They don't do so now with a 50k limit, and that won't change. The only people that will comply are those that already do. Jada bars or speed humps for us are really the only option going forward. Since the traffic lights at the corner of Gloucester Street and Avonside Drive have been removed and the intersection has been changed to offset position, it's become extremely dangerous. The curve of the road has become more exaggerated. This seems to fuel the aggression even more. Drivers won't indicate left or right when they want to go through the intersection, and it's become an extremely dangerous corner now, all helping to fuel the speedsters, of course. The majority of cars do no less than 65 to 75 k's going past our house, and that's in the daytime. Quite a number of those would be doing 80 to 90 kilometres, and most of those are on the wrong side of the road. They wobble around a bit and you wait for it. When flying past, I wait for the crash. There are so many kids near the river and cyclists. Sorry, I don't know how to work this. Cyclists, as well as a lot of older people enjoying walks together. Yeah, missed a bit. It's not a matter of if or when another person will be killed. Right outside our house, there have been 4 accidents that I know about, with 2 cars written off, a third severely damaged, and that's only the accidents just outside our house that I know of. The 4th was very lucky. Another car accident a few houses along resulted in a car parked on the road being shunted onto the house's front lawn. This is a busy area. Families bring picnics, feel safe with little ones riding bikes, and simply let them run around. A lot of people park there, take their dogs for a walk, or launch their kayaks and canoes, and the neighbourhood kids play. Many teenagers, school kids, use this route to get to the rowing club, and they have some very close calls from the speedsters, as well as abuse from the drivers. They try to drive as close as possible to them while they're on their bikes, as if it's a game. Simply getting across the intersection is dangerous enough. There's always the element of society who will not be told what to do. Please think carefully about employing the use of speed humps, even if they are annoying to people. Also think about what you've done to the corner by taking away the traffic lights. So many close calls now. People just dash out. This road is being used as a cut through. Speeds are increasing all the time. Facts known to us, there's been a fatality at that intersection. 2 vehicles ended up in the river directly opposite us. Vehicles crashed into a tree right outside the house. On a morning when there's lots of children around and people were there, they're all there. If it hadn't been for the tree, it would have taken out the pedestrians. 2 vehicles have crashed into our truck, and that's in broad daylight. Turning into our driveways from Retreat Road is ever increasingly dangerous. Traffic both ways and the abuse shouted at us. So I don't love speed humps, but it seems to be, in our mind, the only way to go forward without someone getting killed again.
Thank you. Staff are taking a note of everything that you're saying, and it seems to be that you're asking for some sort of treatment to slow down speeding people.
They won't abide by the speed rules at all.
Thank you. We've got time for a couple of really quick questions. So Aaron's got one, and Kelly.
quick one. Where the lights have been taken out, I know overseas a lot of intersections like that are a 4-way stop sign, not a 2-way stop sign.
Yeah.
And because it's quite dark there at night now, isn't it?
Well, it's accentuated by the fact the bridge has got quite a,
Yeah.
a hump, so people just they're looking.
Do you think a 4-way stop sign would work?
They're still going to fang it when they go from the stop sign,
Yeah.
probably.
After this.
Probably
Yes.
will. Yes,
Kelly?
unfortunately.
The way they've offset the road now, whereas before it was a complete T.
Yeah, you can see that.
With the traffic lights,
Yeah.
and now they've offset it.
So with 4 seconds, Kelly?
Thank you, ladies. Can you just so is Retreat Road the biggest problem, do you think, or is it Gloucester?
It's
from
Avon's-
that corner.
Yeah, from Gloucester Street, Gayhurst Road.
Yeah.
Okay. you've
Oh,
got the
Gayhurst.
bridge.
Sorry.
Yeah. Then you've got 8 houses on
Yeah.
Avonside Drive.
I
One
know
of
them.
those is where I am. And then Lynn is next door on Retreat Road. And
Yeah.
it's that particular area that we're talking about
Right.
from
Yeah.
the bridge.
Put a note of that.
Thank you. That's really good to know.
10 houses.
Thanks
yeah.
very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Really appreciated. Jackie King? Welcome. Thank you. Fire away.
All right, my name is Jackie Kang. My address is 12 Rosersea Road, and I live together with my wife and 2 kids. So one kid is 12 years old, another 2 kids is 6 years old. I'm here for the hearing is for the safety neighborhood, because Rosersea Road has become a kind of racing track now, because Rosersea Road is from Preston Road or Burwood Road to the end of the Parklands area. So we are the second house from that intersection. We live there because we want to have a safety place for my kids and my family and my neighbors. Last year, end of last year, my cat been run over and killed. So which really broke our heart, all the family. And we don't want that happen to any of the kids or any of the family member or the neighbors. So we recently just can hear the really loud noise in the night from the speeding car, because I guess there will be over 70 kilometers per hour, and a lot of burnout, because we have 2 roundabouts from the Rosersea Road. The burnout around the roundabout and also burnout at the intersection. That's just crazy. And a few cars being run over to the walkway. So now we just say, I can't let my kids to go outside play in front of the house. They can just jump in front of it, crash your house. So we really need to put the speed limit down. I don't know how much, but it's just make our area safe to live. I know they're gonna be probably cost. Sorry.
No, well, I'll let you finish and then
Okay.
and then Sarah can ask a question.
Okay, so I think there will be probably cost time or cost money to make the speed bumps, but maybe that's the best way, I think, because people will just ignore those speed limited unless you put camera, unless you put a speed sensor over there. So I'm here to telling you guys we would like to our strait to be a safer place to live. That's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Sarah's got a question.
Yep.
Thank you. You may not have seen the agenda. The proposal was for 40 kilometres an hour, and you've supported that. Because of the feedback in that area,
Yep.
staff are now proposing that it goes down to 30 kilometres an hour.
Oh, that would be great.
Great. That was what I was checking.
That would be great.
And maybe the local community board can pick up on the speed humps and other bits and pieces as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your proposal is
Yeah,
now 30.
100%. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
And here's your community board and councillor member now. So we'll let you know that. All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for coming in.
Thank you.
We're up to now Ashley.
Kia ora.
Welcome.
I've got a presentation. That's not it. It's the North Linwood one. Yep, that one. Thank you. Right. Kia ora. Okay. As I said in my submission, I'm very much in favour of lower speeds in North Linwood. Unfortunately, my clever crossing out there has not translated, so you don't get the point. But as I think that in North Linwood it should go further, because to create safe streets, it's important to consider the entire street environment. North Linwood is experiencing intensification. On the left are Google Street View images of my street, about 2 minutes from my house. On the right are what's there now. As well as the huge increase in the number of dwellings, you will note the huge decrease in the number of mature trees. Research shows street trees lead to slower, safer driving. The Safe Speeds program should work holistically with the Urban Forest program to increase tree canopy coverage and also look at other changes that provide multiple wins for everyone. Intensification doesn't just lead to fewer trees in neighbourhoods like this, it also leads to severe parking issues. In every 2 or 3 bedroom townhouse you see there, you can guarantee that at least for a few more years until we get better public transport and better cycling infrastructure, there will be at least 2 and possibly up to 6 cars, but there's only 1 parking spot. And this is where those cars end up in the evening and the weekends, which actually creates its own safety hassles. It also antagonises existing residents and makes them very anti-intensification. North Linwood has a major advantage here. We have got wide streets. A very quick, rough measure on Google tells me that my street is 20 metres from fence line to fence line. When this first came out, I got a chat going with some neighbours and some other Linwood residents who were interested in submitting and interested in this whole area, and we were discussing how we could come up with solutions that work for everyone. A couple of us suggested angle parking, only to be told, no, that's not good because it's not safe for cyclists. That's totally valid. It's not a safe street if it's not safe for cyclists. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought with the width of our streets, there has to be an answer here. And there is.
Reverse angle parking allows for more parking spaces than traditional parallel parking spots. And since all of the doors open away from oncoming traffic, it's safer for loading and unloading. Reverse angle parking is fairly new to North County, so here are some simple instructions to get you started in 3 easy steps. First, you'll need to find an available parking space and turn on your signal to let others know where you intend to park. Next, pull past the space and stop. Finally, put your car into reverse and back into the space using your rear view mirrors to see the parking lanes. That's it. When it's time for you to go, it's easy to merge into traffic since your car is already facing the street, and it's also easier to see cyclists and pedestrians.
So the thing that struck me about this, when first I thought of it in my head and then went Googling to find if it was a thing and found out it was, is that it's safer for everyone, including cyclists. Not only is it much easier for drivers to see them, but it totally removes the possibility that they're going to be doored. So what I'm hoping you'll do in our suburb of North Linwood, where the width of the streets does allow it, is to consider every aspect of safer streets. Lower speeds, yes please. More trees, yes please. Traffic calming, yes please. And better, more intelligent parking that works for everyone. And that's it, and I've left time for questions.
Oh, really interesting submission, thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for the video, Ashley. That's great. I'm a big fan of that style as well. those streets you showed and creating that angled parking like that, if you had that both ways, that also narrows the street
It
down,
does.
so it works as your traffic calm
Yeah.
by default.
But you could also, I mean, you saw the loss of trees in my street. It's huge. You could also kind of alternate it and have angle parking here and trees here, and then angle parking here and trees there. What I'm saying is that this is all part of making our streets safer. And they're also, as you guys who know North Linwood will know, I live on Tancred Street, Tancred, Gloucester, Worcester. People hooned out. And I totally support what was said about Retreat Road. That is utterly true. So you can actually get multiple wins here by doing everything together and considering the whole environment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Nice area to trial at least one street on and see the impact.
Tancred Street, please.
Thank you, Ashley.
Cheers.
Thanks so much for coming in. All right, Darren Dumble. Welcome.
How are you? Long day, I'm sure.
Oh.
Okay. This is probably just a personal experience rather than a general overview of the whole safer streets thing. I ride 26 kilometres a day from Opawa out to Burnside to work. 13 kilometres each way. Average 3 days a week. The reasons I ride is so I can stay healthy, so I don't drop dead, and keep, good for me and good for my family, because I'm the sole income earner in our family. Obviously to get work, support my family, to save me money. I spend very little on petrol, and the other bit I put electricity into our EV, so I'm happy about that, and to help the environment. So I'm really enjoying the upgrades to the roads to provide the cycling infrastructure for Christchurch. I ride regularly down Antigua Street, love the segregated lanes. Pretty much I can ride all the way to Memorial Avenue with cycle lanes, and that's where the network seems to fall down at Memorial Avenue. So that's where I'm going to focus today. I'm certainly not a shrinking violet. I served 20 years in the army, so I'm not scared of things, and I ride motorcycles, so I'm not scared of dying at high speeds either. That's just something that's just par for the course, really. I'm an engineer for air traffic control, so we're a very safe organisation, so safety is our number one priority. But honestly, the worst part of my daily commute is the Memorial Avenue area from Burnside High to Roydvale Avenue, which is on 12% of my daily ride, which is a reasonable percentage that I consider I'm putting my life at risk by riding on that road. So the concentration, this is the area that we're talking about here. I made an online submission, so it was pretty sort of brief, but this is the summary of it. This is the single lane section of Memorial Avenue from Fendleton Road up to Burnside High, and it's the bit that's been given the most intensive treatment for traffic calming. But ironically, it's actually the safest part for cyclists. It's a lovely wide section of road. It's not dual laned. It's got a nice painted median in the middle, and there's plenty of space for cyclists to ride. I've never had a problem riding along that area, even when trucks and buses and everything go past. And it's quite a nice little section of road there. I feel perfectly safe riding on that. The problem comes when we get to Burnside High and we get into this dual lane section of Memorial Avenue, and suddenly there's no space. There's no space between parked cars and cars in the left-hand lane. There's no room for cars to move further away from you because you've got a solid median. And really, there's just enough room for two vehicles to pass side by side in this lane. Just yesterday, riding along this section of road, I had someone swing their door out in front of me, and a high school student walked straight out in front of me, and I'm riding with full lights and high vis as well. So it's and that was just along that section. Now I note that there has been some speed reducing treatment applied to that now, so it's going from it's going to 50 to a variable of 30, and that's great, but that still doesn't give me any space to ride at 30 kilometres an hour. So, and as of yesterday as well, there's a brand new concrete pedestrian barrier that's been put right in this parking lane on the left-hand side here, which, you know, when there's no cars there, that's actually the perfect opportunity for me to ride safely. Now, there is often cars there, but outside of in school holidays and things like that, it's often quite clear, that area. And so I err on the side of safety and ride in the parking lane. The same goes up past Burnside Park. Here's an example of one of these pedestrian safety barriers that, you know, there's no cars anywhere along there. Would have been perfect for me to ride, but there's a pedestrian safety barrier right in the middle of the place. So, and I understand why they're there. I mean, during, you know, sports competitions and everything, people, you know, there's hundreds of kids, you know, pouring out across the road. You know, I understand why they need to be there, but frankly, it's yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. I've just put together a video of me cycling. I wonder if it'll work.
Your time's nearly up. How long is it?
It's only a few minutes if it'll play.
Few minutes.
Seems to be frozen.
Did you say a few minutes?
Maybe not even that. But anyway, there was a point along here where if you get to look at it outside of this, if you could, you actually have time. There is a point where there's just a bus that's going past me, you know,
yep.
And that's a lot of vehicle, you know, a few metres, or not even that, a few centimetres from my elbow.
Right, you can see that. Yeah.
So my main question is, if there's a cycle lane marked at the start and the end of this Memorial Avenue part, why isn't there a safe path between there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Your time's up. And look, that's a point well made. And thank you for the slides. It's really helpful, and we will watch the video.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's quite scary, actually.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
It is. Thanks, Darren. Paul, Douglas?
Could we get that video circulated if that's all right, Pauline?
Yes, we will. Oh, it's probably... Is it in there? We'll put it on... Yeah, we'll put it on the hub. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. These presentations are awesome to me.
Yes. Right, go ahead, Paul.
Hello, my name's Paul Douglas. I've never come to a council meeting before, but as I'm semi-retired, I've got a bit more time on my hands these days. However, I do travel on work days 35 kilometre round trip from the west side of town to the eastern side. And I observe a lot of driver behaviour on that trip. My submission, which I just scribbled a few months ago, was a sort of a gut reaction to what was proposed, and I've had more time to think about it. A couple of little points regarding speed limits outside schools. I live across the road from quite a big primary school, and there's no speed restriction there relevant to the street that it is in. That's Gilberthorpe School on Buchanan's Road. I wouldn't mind having a speed reduction there. It wouldn't inconvenience me at all. So I find that surprising, and like I said in my submission, the tram road restrictions near Swananoa School cut in at certain times of the day, and on school days, and they don't apply at other times. Now I reckon that's a good way of reducing the inconvenience to the public, who are always in a hurry to get from A to B, but also promoting safety around schools. But the reason I turned up today, and I'm very happy to travel by bus today for free, is that I think without effective enforcement of speed limits, changing them won't achieve anything. And I see on my travels, the majority of people go either going a bit too fast were a lot too fast. Now, I'm no angel. I don't always travel precisely at or below the speed limit, but I see some crazy behaviour, and unless we as a society address that behaviour with enforcement, changing speed limits won't achieve anything. Sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful to your intentions, but I think you're barking up the wrong tree a little bit. Now, I don't know what powers the council has for enforcement, but if it doesn't have enough powers, perhaps it should seek more. That's really all I've got to say. Thanks for hearing.
That was very well put, and others have actually said the same thing as you. Now, if you've just got a second, Tyler has got a question for you. He's on Zoom. Go ahead, Tyler.
No, sorry, I lowered my hand. Apologies.
Okay, so are there any other questions for Paul? No, not at this stage. Thank you very much. Now, Margaret.
Presentation, sorry, but thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to my submission. My husband and I live on the corner of Main Road and Bayview Road in Monks Bay, right in where the coastal pathway redevelopment is happening at the moment. We have a perfect view of the traffic behaviour from our window, coming from Sumner and coming from town towards Sumner every day. And I have to say, particularly through this construction period, where there has been restrictions of a 30k zone, you would have to say that probably 1 in 10 people actually abide by those rules, and they don't slow down properly. So there was a proposal sort of thrown around the neighbourhood about people saying that it should be permanently 40k through there, and I believe that's probably the correct thing to do, because the Monks Bay Road, Main Road through Monks Bay is part of the access to the new coastal pathway. People have to cross that way, children cross that way to go along the coastal pathway to school. And if you've got a petrol tanker coming barrelling through, which they often do between 70 and 80k, they can't judge that speed. Also, there's no lights, so that all the access points along there are just basically people going across and trying to ascertain what speed the various vehicles are coming. I think this zone should also be go through from Redcliffs Village right through to Sumner and include the side streets of Wakatu Ave, Bayview Road and Cliff Street, because you'll get cars coming along the main road and then they'll turn into one of those streets and they'll plant boot. And also they'll rush up to the intersection and onto Main Road and continue speeding. I walk and cycle occasionally, and as well as drive, and I'm actually very aware of the safety or the lack of it through the bay. So far, there's only been one pedestrian access put through to the new coastal pathway, and it's on the bend at Wakatu Ave. There's vehicles approaching from Sumner, from the city, and from Wakatu Ave, so you've got to have 3 pairs of eyes to make sure you can safely cross there. If the traffic is slowed down to 40k, that would actually give you a better chance to make sure that you've caught sight of everything before you step out onto the road. As driving around New Zealand and various places, even through Sumner, where they've got a 40k zone, they've actually painted a large red stripe across the road with 40 on it, and that seems to be the most positive way of enforcing that that's what the speed limit is. Not a round sign on a pole, but something there. People notice that because it's so big and bright. And I have noticed that through Sumner, people do actually slow down when they come into one of those streets with the 40k zone. So that's what I would like to see right through Monks Bay. And hopefully that would curtail the speed of the traffic. I don't think it needs to be just done during the daytime when there's lots of people around. I think it needs to happen at night, particularly because of the behaviour of the tanker drivers, who the only other option is to go right round the long way because apparently they can't go through the tunnel. So that's probably all I have to say.
Right, thank you. And so are you actually preferring a painted sign on the road and no signs?
No, I would say both. But I think looking at what I've seen, the painted sign immediately alerts you that you might have missed a sign up there. If you happen to be looking at your GPS or you happen to be looking out the other side,
Yeah.
it alerts you straight away that you're entering a 40k zone.
Right, that's a really good point. Thank you very much.
That's
Oh,
all right.
Sarah. Hang on, Sarah's got a question.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Thank you for that. And we've had people requesting, especially around Bayview and stuff in the past. I don't know if you've seen the agenda, but the Redcliffe section is now proposed to go to 30. But
Oh,
just
to
not,
30?
Yeah. So
That's
through,
even better.
So through the village in Redcliffe's plus those side streets.
Right. Oh, that's
in
great.
Redcliffe's,
That's
but at
there,
this
isn't
stage, not the main road. So it might be that we do that in the next round.
Right.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we'll take it to the community board. And,
Yeah. And you also consider that in the weekends in the summertime, the traffic is down to about 10 k's going through to Summer
that's
anyway.
right.
So people
Right.
are used to being a bit delayed through there as well.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much for coming
Thanks,
in.
everyone. That's okay.
Justin Fields here. Justin, welcome. And you've got Mike Gibbs with you, that's correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I just want to assume I have 5 minutes start off to finish my welcomes. Tēnā koe Deputy Mayor Cotter. Tēnā koe Councillor Barber for City Council for the Burwood Ward. Tēnā koe Councillor Johansson, who's also on the community board that serves my ward. Just to acknowledge those people. Tēnā koutou katoa to all the TPC councillors. I'll just declare I'm a member of the TPC, just in case I have to. Also declare that Tyrone Fields is my little brother, in case I need to declare that as well. Yep. Ko Justin Fields, tōku ingoa, he Tumuaki, Chisnwood Intermediate, kora taku mahi. Now I'll start the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora.
It is with great pleasure I speak to you here today, and I appreciate you're listening to a lot of these hearings today. And if it was probably me sitting here, I would probably go, oh, this is just another hearing. But I really want to acknowledge that I'm taking time out of my day here today to only get a 5 minute window to speak to you. So I've rescheduled a lot of things to come here today in support of my board member here, Mike Gibbs. That should emphasise the importance of this submission for our community. But let me divert for a minute out of my 5 to speak to you about the recent changes to the community I live in, Opawa. After a recent submission in Opawa, I believe that is your ward, Councillor, apologies. Massive changes have been made to the speed limits and to be honest, the streets of Opawa didn't need these changes as much as the streets of around Chisnwood do. The worst kept secret is that the Breezes Road, Avondale Road cut through is what is technically known in roading terms as a rat run. And when people utilise rat runs, their main motivation is to drive faster, end of. Councillor Barber, I know that the chairperson of Avondale Neighbours Group and board member here, Mike Gibbs, has spoken with you on these issues, so I assume you are aware of those. The 2 topics for this submission, the inclusion of Pembroke, Breezes and Avondale Road within the Safer Neighbourhoods program, and a pedestrian crossing on Breezes Road near the old Avondale Primary School needs reviewing. In terms of number 1, the bike lanes are inadequate and do not extend to Avondale Road. We actively encourage students to bike to school, but it is not safe enough because of no bike lanes on Avondale Road and the current 50k speed limit. Not only did another of my board members' daughter, as a result, badly break her arm recently on the way home, approaching the Avondale Road Bridge because of the problems for cyclists approaching that bridge, her brother broke his arm 2 years ago whilst biking home from Chisnwood at pretty much the same spot. It's pretty ghastly. All students who bike to school also have to enter our site via Pembroke Street, which is a street that runs off Breezes Road. We have no bike lanes leading up to Pembroke Street, and it is a busy intersection in the morning. You have to also realise that we have lots of before and after school activities in our community hire both our Hall and Fludder AstroTurf area in the afternoon and evening. If the recent tragedies at Whangarei Boys High are anything to go by, and when I review health and safety, it is better to be proactive than reactive for these issues. I stand at the gate every morning and afternoon, and I also see close calls and near misses all the time. So I plead on your wisdom and to your foresight to make appropriate changes for our community. The second point, the good old zebra crossing on Avondale Road. My intel informs me that this crossing has been there for decades. Its role was to make it a safe crossing space for Avondale Primary School, which tragically closed in 2016. I was told that many schools don't want that pedestrian crossing, I was told that many locals don't want that pedestrian crossing moved because of its historical significance, and I totally respect that. However, my job is to advocate for my school and my tamariki, and the needs of my tamariki must outweigh those of who want the crossing to stay where it is. It serves little use where it is anyway. It is too far away for us to service, so we have to operate a road patrol system outside school to keep our students safe. Sunstrike, as my learning board member here is also in his submission has mentioned, is treacherous approaching that zebra crossing in the morning anyway, making it unsafe also. A review of the location of the pedestrian crossing needs to happen and align with the safer speeds that I hope you will employ in our area. The submission that has already been submitted to you makes a clear recommendation on this which is viable. From my readings, I know that 2008 people took the time to make comments about this project. 24% were in favour, 11% against. That's 2-1 of those who voted in that situation, whilst the remaining comments were observations or specific requests. That is a heck of a lot of interest in this. In summary, we are only asking for changes to 3 streets. Opawa has had changes to many streets. Number 2, please ensure that I don't have to deal with the worst case scenario. Number 3, move the crossing. Change is good. This change will be good. Number 4, support the Avondale Neighbours Group. They are hardworking and well-meaning people. And number 5, be respectful that a principal has taken time out from a busy schedule to support this. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you so much, Justin. And you have come to your 5 minutes quite neatly, so unfortunately we don't have time for questions. But I just want you to know that we very much appreciate you taking the time out to come in and put the safety of your students at the forefront of your submission. And this is all about safety, and we're listening very carefully to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you too, Mike, for coming in. So, Fiona Bennett. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and you can kick away now.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Fiona and I live in the Harewood ward, just off Harewood Road, Gardeners Road corner. Thank you all for reading this comment and making the changes as requested. There's been lots of positive changes implemented partway through and also since I've seen the agenda come out, so thank you for those changes. I support all of the changes and more can be done still. I was wondering, how are the current permanent 30 and 40k zones operating in terms of what's the actual speed that's been witnessed going through the CBD, Sumner, Edgware, St Albans, Mighty Ho, etc. What's the actual speed? Because my observations on my bike watching people is not good, but the more we have of these 30 and 40k zones, the more we'll get, I think, compliance. If the whole city is 30 or 40, everything will eventually slow down. I wonder, how will these proposed speed limits be rolled out across the city? Obviously, we can't do them all at one time. There's a lot of signs to be made, a lot of signs to be put up. But perhaps starting right next to the adjacent 30 and 40k zones and slowly moving out, you're going to get people more aware of those speed limit changes as opposed to just randomly popping up in Brynwar and Burnside. I wanted to talk with some previous speakers, particularly Simon Kingham, Alex James and John Leeswin. Agreed, I've lost a cat to the road, I don't plan on losing any more. And then my next question is, please be consistent with the application of speed limits. Like, I understood the initial premise from Wakakotahi was 30 k's around schools, but in reality, if you want children to bike, scooter, skate, walk to school, it's not just 200 metres, it's 1 or 2 kilometres. So it's got to be a radius, not just right outside the school. So all of those pedestrian areas, let's say, should all be 30 k's, not a mixture of some 30, some 40. It's just going to get people confused, and there's going to be so many signs going, oh, well, what are we in? And not everyone's got a smart car that tells them what the speed limit is. The next thing is that there's too many roads are remaining at 50. I think the only roads that really should stay at 50 are those with median separated and separate cycling facilities provided. So, for example, Brougham Street has been proposed by Wakakotahi to be lowered to 50, and they're going to have a separate cycle shared path to the side. So that's a perfect example of why can't we do that to Memorial Ave, for example, Pages Road, other places like that. And other minor arterial and collector roads should be actually reduced to 40, because these have to be crossed every single day by pedestrians, cyclists and cars trying to get across intersections. And if we lower the speed limit on those minor arterials, it'll help with those injuries and reduce the likelihood of crashes. And then at some point, I obviously want to see the infrastructure to support these lowered speeds, so more street trees, rain gardens, and all the things that help with stormwater. So these speed limit signs are going to cost a lot of money. Please just do it once and do it right. I have a whole list of things that I want changed, but I won't have time to go through them, so I'm happy to take questions. Oh, I was going to show, for example, the red ones, major arterials, the blue ones, 40k minor arterial collector roads. That's about it. Like, everything needs to be reduced. Everything else inside those boxes, 30. Right.
Very good, very clear. Thank you, Fiona. We do have time for a couple of questions if anyone has any. Does anyone on Zoom have a hand up? No. That was so clear. I think we're fine. Thank you very much. Okay. Mihai Alexander. Thank you, Adele. Okay, you can start now. Thank you.
E te rangatira ma, tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to all, and thank you for the opportunity to express my views on the proposed changes to speed limits. My name is Mihai Alexander. I'm a social worker, and I live and work in the St. Martin's Hillsborough area. I have a 12-year-old daughter who attends St. Martin's St. Martin's School. So my submission concerns the St. Martin's area, understandably, and in particular the proposed changes to the road speeds around our local school. As a family, we have been committed to decreasing our reliance on motor vehicles and taking advantage of living in an area with many amenities by walking and using bicycles as much as possible. We have moved to owning just one vehicle, and I have been walking and biking to my work for about 3 years. And my daughter has been walking to school independently for quite some time. Unfortunately, St. Martin's is divided by several busy roads, and in my opinion, those make traveling to school and access to amenities difficult for Tamariki and other vulnerable members of the community. We kind of live on very beautiful islands in this community. My experience of using these roads as a pedestrian and cyclist is that it can be difficult to navigate, even for a fit adult at certain times of the day. There is traffic, there is sun glare, children, other pedestrians. It can be really tricky. St. Oris Road is especially dangerous at peak traffic times. I'm always concerned about my daughter crossing this road on her way to school if the road patrol is not operating. And crossing this road earlier than the road patrol time or just after means that a child will have to judge speeds and distances and use the enhanced crossing point, but maintaining responsibility for safe crossing. at the moment. As we have heard earlier, the Road to Zero safety strategy aims to create roads where it's safe to ride bikes and let tamariki walk to school without the risk of loss of life or serious injury. It also aims to improve our health and well-being and create livable places in our communities. So that would mean more people walking, choosing to walk and bike, and decreasing traffic. But that will involve enhanced safety on these roads. This is what I want for my family and my community as well. I support the proposed changes to speed limits and the use of variable speed limits in the hope that these measures will reduce the risk of accidents and the severity of injuries in case of accidents. I do, however, believe that further consideration must also be given to adding more pedestrian priority crossings. Currently, there is not one single priority crossing on Centaurus Road to provide access to St. Martin's School and Centaurus Park. So about 2 kilometers either side, way out of the limits of the school zone, there is not one priority crossing. And I don't know how many other schools in Christchurch are not serviced by at least one zebra or traffic light crossing. I am hopeful that reduced speeds in conjunction with appropriate pedestrian crossings and more cycle lanes will help us fulfill the Road to Zero vision and provide safe community access to our tamariki. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you very much. And that's brought you nicely to the end of your 5 minutes. We've got all your points logged here, and a lot of people are saying exactly the same thing. So thank you very much for taking the time to come in. Owen Ledbrook. Welcome.
Thank you.
Fire away.
Sorry, I just done a stopwatch so I can see how long I'm going to be. So I live in Avonhead, and I am concerned about some of the methodology that I have read about. I haven't read everything because I'm working, I run my own business, and yeah. So I just want to raise a couple of things. One is who are we targeting with the speed reductions? Because my observation in my area is that there are a lot of people who follow the road rules. They will adjust their speeds down when things are busy, when children are around. I also know that there are a lot of people, no, not a lot, sorry. There are some people who disregard the road rules. We have people going down our street at a fairly high speed. So if we reduce the road speeds, why will they obey these new rules when they don't obey the current ones? I think it's more important to enforce the current rules properly. Regarding the quality of information, I made a submission on the map. I actually took 2 goes. I was concerned, I struggled, I found a barrier to actually register my interest in it, and I wonder how many other people had the same issue. I look at the number of responses. We have got 1,859 of them that were registered on the map. If we account, every one of those accounts for 4 people, a 4-person household. There were 149 submissions by email. A lot of those are from bigger organisations. Let's assume that each one of those is 40 people. That gives you a total of just over 13,000 people. Population of Christchurch on your website says population is 389,000. So you've got less than 5% engagement by my reckoning. I wonder how many people haven't actually responded because of the barrier that they saw to engaging. And so the information you're working with, the submissions that you have, I honestly do not believe are a true representation of the people that are using the roads. And as a council, I actually think you should have access to better information before making this decision. It's a very important decision that's probably going to affect easily over 300,000, potentially over 400,000 people in their everyday lives. As I drive around, I'll step back. Because I work for myself, I actually travel around at all times of day and night, sometimes in peak hour and sometimes during the middle of the day. A lot of the streets that I drive on are relatively deserted. Very few people on them, and so the proposed rules often don't make sense to me. I'm struggling with the logic behind them. I can take you to streets that are wide, have good visibility, and little in the way of additional risk factors, and they have reduced speeds. This is going to become more prevalent with the proposed rules. So I'd leave you with, is there a better way? And yes, I think there is a better way. I think the current rules need to be enforced more rigorously. I'd be happy to have speed cameras, a lot more use of pedestrian crossings, centre islands for pedestrians, and other traffic modifying devices, so that there's actual visual cues as to what the speed limits should be, rather than a sign that is easily ignored. I think that speed limits should be adjusted where needed, but based on a risk analysis rather than a blanket approach. Things like the width of the road, whether it's straight, curved, the visibility on that road. So yeah, in summary, it doesn't make sense to me to just have a blanket approach using fixed permanent speeds. I think you need to enforce the current rules, and I'd encourage you to consider carefully the information that you have available to you and is presented at this meeting. Not only listening to the information that is presented, but listen to what is not there. The people who are not represented for whatever reason, whether a barrier or, but there are voices you are not hearing. And I've gone over my time, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Sorry, we don't have any time for a question, Tyler. Really appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you.
Harry Stonich from the Akaroa Ratepayer and Residents Association, please. Welcome.
Hello.
Kia ora.
So I'm here today to talk about the proposal to reduce the speed limit on a whole lot of rural roads in the Eastern Peninsula. About 50 kilometres in total of roads. This proposal is hidden underneath the Safer Speeds Round Schools banner. In fact, most people don't even know that proposal was hidden in that lot. And it's a bit like a stealth campaign. We're not very happy about this because it's the sort of thing that brings the City Council into disrepute. You know, remember that sinking satisfaction rating? You're down to 42% and sort of still going. Well, here's another contribution to the downward spiral. You know, it's an example of the City Council doing something unnecessary at our expense, and we think it will make the situation worse. Look, we're all interested in getting home in one piece, but there's been absolutely no evidence at all presented to show that there is a need to introduce a lower speed limit on the Eastern Peninsula roads. The only relevant statement in the council documents says it would align with other recent changes. Well, that's a lame and I think a rather pathetic way to be making policy. And frankly, the ratepayers deserve better. We want to see more common sense and professionalism coming from local government. So the key objective is that drivers should be taught and encouraged and reminded to drive to the conditions. Instituting a system of excessive speed limit changes and reducing and promoting speed limits that are unrealistic does not encourage driving to the conditions. For some, it simply leads to the idea that the stated limits are more important than common sense. For others, and where the limits simply look silly, it leads to them being ignored. All this can become both confusing and distracting, and in practice, that can detract from road safety. The lessons about driving to the conditions gets ignored. Let's talk about some of these roads, and I live down one of them, so I know about this. Narrow, winding, single lane, blind corners. What the users want is for people to focus on only one thing when they're driving down those roads. You focus on the next corner, because there may be a car coming around that, or it might be a cattle truck, and you're going to have to stop because the road is not wide enough to pass. You don't go looking at the speedometer, you don't get distracted by speed signs, you stay focused, and that's the way to get down there safely. The existing limit is 100 kilometres an hour. Well, of course people don't drive at that speed. It would be ridiculous. But the speed limit is not signposted, and simply because of that, it is not a problem. There are no speed signs, common sense prevails, and normal driving skills lead to people driving to the conditions. But if you start putting up 60 kilometre an hour signs, apart from the distraction, the risk is that some people will start to think that it might just be possible to drive at that speed. And they're wrong. There's hardly anywhere on those roads you're proposing 60 kilometres an hour that would actually be a safe speed. Common sense is out the window. So, and we're also very concerned about the visual pollution aspect. Unnecessary speed limits, excessive number of changes in speed limits, more signs, they appear like mushrooms around the place. The main impact is visual pollution and landscape clutter. Out there on the end of the peninsula, we value the landscape we've got. We've got that slightly wild, rugged landscape. You know, there's a wild side thing going on. You know, we get value out of that. It gets promoted. You know, the appeal of the area is the unspoilt views of dramatic landscapes, and we don't want them degraded by intrusive and unnecessary speed signs. You know, it's like having a little something here and there to remind yourself all the time that Nanny State is still watching you. And then there's the dumbing down aspect. What do we want? A population of confident and capable people that can drive properly, you know, people that can think for themselves. And then maybe the council could actually focus on delivering core services. That would be good. Or do we want the council being part of the Nanny State Act, progressively dumbing down the population with more and more regulation? We certainly don't want it. It's pretty clear what we want. We want unspoilt landscapes and competent drivers. So, in summary, the proposal to lower these speeds to 60 kilometres an hour on this large number of rural roads will not achieve any meaningful benefit in terms of road safety. That's the concerted opinion of the people that live there and drive those roads. Safe speeds are already determined by the nature of the roads, and motorists already travel at speeds well below the existing speed limits. But there will be a long-term negative effect on road safety as drivers lose sight of the fact that they must always drive to the conditions. And there's a real risk that 60 would look like it might just about be a reasonable speed in places where it is not. And then we have the visual pollution and the degradation of our wildlife, wildside landscapes. So we don't want to be part of this unnecessary and flawed scheme, and we would like you to delete the Eastern Bay's proposal out of this entire thing. Thank you.
Right, perfectly timed. Thank you very much for a really clear submission. Thanks for coming in. Alrighty, moving on to David Hawke. Welcome.
Thank you. Yep.
You've got 5 minutes. You can fire away when you're ready.
Okay, tēnā koutou. So, as Deputy Mayor has just said, I'm David Hawke, and thanks for the opportunity to present my submission to you today. Some of you will know me in my role with Horsell Residents Association, but I'm presenting to you today as an individual. So the focus of my submission is on the Addington area, because that's the community that my wife and I bike and walk through to various commitments and seeing friends, and it's a place I bike through on my way to work in the central city. So overall, I totally support what City Council is doing with its proposal. So focusing speed reductions around schools will have multiple benefits beyond safety. And it's two of those benefits that I want to emphasise from my submission. So the first of these is the question of rat runners. And so I posted a picture of one of these in my submission immediately next to Sacred Heart School in Addington. I have to say that finding a speeding, corner-cutting rat runner on my camera is not actually very hard. At morning peak, which coincides with children going to school, and when I'm commuting through to work, there's a steady stream of rat runners whipping along Spencer Street, down Macaulay or Paulson Street. If we actually take the Hallswell perspective for a moment, we've got exactly the same situation in the vicinity of Oakland School. So, and I understand that this sort of rat running issue actually occurs in lots of other places too. So in terms of permanently dropping the speed limit to 30 kilometres an hour in areas such as Spencer Street, I think it will have two benefits. The first is the actual safety benefit, which is what the program is about. But otherwise, dropping the speed limit may actually discourage rat runners and send them back to the arterial roads where they belong. So as well as building safety in communities, it's enhancing community and its amenity too. The second thing I want to talk about, again, which is a side benefit of the proposal, is the question of noise reduction. And again, I'm focusing on the Addington area. So thinking of Brougham Street as it goes past Addington School, so this is State Highway 76, speed limit is 60 kilometres an hour. And the noise level from trucks along this road is incredible. So typical values when a truck goes past is over 80 decibels, and it often gets over 85 decibels. So this is from the footpath. So that noise level makes the walk to school, it's actually an industrial hearing protection zone. Dropping the speed limit is well known to drop noise levels, and I think you should take a strong stance on this particular site. So this is Brougham Street past Addington School. As you will know, Waka Kotahi plans to widen the area of Brougham Street available to vehicles, and this will potentially make the noise issues of people walking in that area much worse. So the school is open to the community 24/7, and I think you should respect that. So thanks for listening. As I've explained, I strongly support your Safe Speed Neighbourhoods project and what it is trying to achieve. Kia ora.
Thank you. That's excellent. Got a little bit of time if anyone has a question. No? Is there no one on Zoom with a question? No. Well, thank you, David. That's very clear.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming in. All right. Is he doing another one? Is it both?
Adele?
Oh, and Adele.
Yeah.
I see, thank you. Got a bit confused. I didn't realise this was two in a row. Adele, you're coming in now for the Hallswell Residents Association. Welcome.
Right. I'm Adele Jarrett, Treasurer of the Hallswell Residents Association, and with me today is John Bennett, our Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to present our Safe Speed Neighbourhoods submission. We have 3 points from our submission that I would like to emphasise with you today. Firstly, we have a long interest and history in the big picture of road safety and in transport choice. You will have seen in our submission that we brought Vision Zero to the City Council back in 2017, well before it was adopted by central government as Road to Zero. It is the big picture of engineering, education and enforcement that appealed to our members back then and still does today. And it is the big picture that we think the City Council needs to focus on. Secondly, while we support many of the proposed changes focusing on the areas around schools, there are 3 omissions that we think should be fixed. A particular problem in our area is Dunbar's Road. Dunbar's Road separates Oakland School from Aidenfield, where many families live. A speed limit of 50 kilometres per hour is too fast, and there aren't many pedestrian refuges in the area for kids to cross in. We think you need to drop the speed limit to 40 kilometres per hour or even 30 kilometres per hour. Murphy's Road and Wincops Road must be crossed by people heading to Nightstream School, and Seven Oaks School is there as well. We think both roads need to be 30 kilometre school zones. Finally, we think it really important that the City Council not see the proposed speed limit changes as its job done. As we explain in our submission, you now need a comprehensive network of your speed advisory panels around the city. These panels provide a really useful tool for people driving. You will have seen them outside Princess Margaret Hospital in Cashmere Road and entering Prebleton along Springs Road in Selwyn District. We think that a network of these panels should be in next year's long-term plan revision. In summary, taking a road to zero approach, you must ensure that people understand the changes, know where the changes have happened with suitable signage, and work with New Zealand Police around enforcement. Thank you for listening today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Dill? No. Oh yes, Andre.
Well, thank you very much. Now, obviously these are your views and your resident association views. I wonder if you've been doing a lot of quite useful surveys recently and getting the mood of the room of the area. Is this the kind of issue you might consider doing a survey on? Because there's like, some others that have come up here, like Dunbar's Road. It might be useful because that'll be hard to sell.
Yeah.
But it'd be good to get, to know what that mood actually might be.
Yeah.
With a big sample, yeah.
Definitely.
Nice one. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Right, our next submitter, Rachel Lettimore. Good afternoon.
Hi everyone. This is my first time at the table, so I have no idea what to expect, and it will be a little bit different to the other submissions. What you're seeing up here is a very quickly put together presentation with no data, and hopefully it will be very to the point though. I'm referring here to our affinity bias as Cantabrians. No matter where you go, if you've met another Cantabrian, they ask what school did you go to, and it seems to be ingrained in us. I myself went to school, I started off in Hargest Crescent Kindergarten, Beckenham Primary, Thorrington Primary, South Intermediate, Cashmere High School. So all in that, 43 years in Christchurch, and all still staying in that same little area. So it's an area of passion for me. If we can go to the next slide, please. I just wish to... Oh, can I do that? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise I had control. There we go. The power is in my hands. Now I need to go back. So some really quick numbers. I was just having a look at the St Martin's area, and I'll explain why that's important to me as we go through. There are nearly 2,000 students in a very small section of St Martin's, so excluding that bottom left-hand corner. We've got the Kuta Kaupapa Māori or Waitaha, we've got Waltham, Hillview, St Mark's, Apawa and Rudolph Steiner, totaling nearly 2,000 students. That's quite a lot, and of course we have quite a few people in the vulnerable community as well. We've got the Chatswood and Elms Court retirement villages, we've got 6 early lending centres, and we've got medical services, we've got New World, we've got chemists, we've got podiatrists. Like, who wouldn't want to live there? It's got everything. There's a problem. You might have seen there was a wee link at the bottom of that around, it's a Stuff article about traffic around St Mark's School and congestion. So the problem is getting there. So what you're seeing here is the 2 bus routes that travel around the St Martin's and Wilson's Road intersection. So we've got the Orbiter. Now, if I'm a kid, the things I want in the world are to get to malls, to play games, to meet with my friends. If I'm elderly, I want to go shopping, I want to see the rest of Christchurch, so the Orbiter is fantastic. And of course I want to have ready bus stops. So we've got a few. Now the one that's of particular notice to me today is the one on the green route and just to the right of the St Martin's roundabout that you can see at the top. Now the problem here is that it's on the side of the road closest to the river. So in any of the other bus stops you've got controlled crossings, you've got pedestrian crossings and places where you can naturally cross. However, that one is on the wrong side of the road for the schools and for the shopping centre. There's no way to cross safely. Here's a little picture of the dairy. Now it's bright orange because kids like colour and they like sweets and they like to cross the road to get to them. And you can see in the foreground that there is a little pedestrian island very, very close to the roundabout. My next photo has the skid marks that are shown when people come around the corner, so it's quite a popular one for donuts. And what I'm proposing here is a safe opportunity for people on that top right quadrant of the map there to cross at that particular intersection. So I realise the council's decisions are much far-reaching, but I'm hoping to ask for one little thing that might be cost-effective to help save someone's life, and it really will. What we have here is a situation, and this is from your map from the submission, where that entire roundabout has multiple comments about safety, and yet there's no speed zone reductions actually proposed for that intersection, just around the area. So what I'm concerned about here is that school students and the vulnerable are going to be crossing that St Martin's Road, and they are not going to have visibility of traffic coming. No one will know to slow down. There's no speed reductions. There's no lights, and it really is quite risky. I had just a couple of photos just to show you of the intersection. So that's how close the pedestrian crossing is to the corner when you're coming round. And you can see the skid marks there. That's not a slow corner. Now, I do have a personal vested interest. The second house, so the brick house you're looking at in that photo, the one in the middle, belongs to me. My aunt lives in there. She is 59 years old. She is blind and on crutches, and she has never been able to cross the road. Okay, with the, yeah, I know, I see your face, but it's just horrible. And she's, the day that I put my submission in, a child was hit on that road outside her house. Right across the road at number 82A, there's a alleyway that goes through to one of the schools. So the people get off the orbiter on the other side, and then they can't safely cross to this side to get into their school. So it is a bit of a personal mission of mine to try and make this safer for her. She shops at New World, which is 2 blocks down this street. This is looking from the opposite corner. And she has to be picked up and driven because she can't cross the road. With the advent of electric cars becoming more prominent as well, she's very reliant on her hearing. I myself have hearing aids. I can't hear them. I've been smacked in the knees with an electric car. She just doesn't stand a chance. So she's isolated in that spot, and she asked me to basically be her voice today and explain the situation. You can't put a pedestrian crossing across all 4 roads because then you've got traffic congestion to be concerned about. But I think we can make a difference with one that will help eliminate that particular issue.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Your 5 minutes is up now.
No problem.
Sorry.
All done.
But yeah, I know that roundabout, it's something funny about that, isn't it? It's a bit dangerous.
It's an absolute
So thank
killer.
you for bringing it to our attention.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
So,
Sorry, what was that? Oh, that's my husband's cousin. Yeah.
so
His
welcome
friend get
Dave
me-
Duffy from the it's just Dave Independent.
Sorry. Is that down the Cashmere Road end? Oh, the controlled crossing? No. By the mobile. I can't think where that. Oh, that right down the other end though. Yeah, no, I haven't. I don't really go down that end. I will. Yeah, but I do like the ones on the in the Addington one the gentleman was talking about earlier.
Thank
I know
you.
everyone else hates them. But I
Sorry,
hate
Dave.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Dave's coming instead of Kathy. That's very good of you, Dave. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. I want to apologise for Kathy Alden's absence. She has suffered a family bereavement,
Oh,
so unable to come. And I was going to come to support her anyway. In speaking to her submission, she, in her somewhat confused state at the moment, she hasn't been able to give me an actual copy of the submission she put in, but she has given me a few background notes that I can use. And just to take you back, she originally put a submission in 2016 about the issues that she's raised again in the current one, covering the speeding issues along North Avon Road in that area between North Parade and the river. There are a number of families living down in that block, and they are quite concerned about their safety. They mentioned the Casa del Bambini preschool. There's a playground being established from Pariawa School there. So quite a number of issues. There have been accidents. There has been an arrest for dangerous driving in that area. So I think you probably understand why they're concerned and why they have, why Kathy has seen fit to resubmit on the issues of speed restrictions. She herself has made countless 105 police reports, but there doesn't seem to be anything resulting from that. And they would like to see speed reduction measures, road narrowing, landscape beautification, that kind of thing enhanced. If I could support her submission from the Richmond Residents Association point of view, we also put a submission in. We largely support the move to reduce the 30k through the Richmond area. However, the proposal only focused on 1 or 2 areas, and we would like to see what virtually amounts to a blanket 30k speed limit right through the Richmond area, apart from the commuter roads, the commuter routes, Hills Road, Shirley Road, Northborough Road, North Avon Road. We would ask that you look very carefully at Stanmore Road and perhaps reducing that to a 40-kilometre limit. That is a very busy road, and there are a number of issues that we've identified in that area. Groups of cyclists biking across there from schools on the other side of Christchurch across to Rowing, a number of elderly people, a number of well, you call them blind intersections, trying to get in and out of the supermarket, trying to get in and out of the petrol station, particularly when they're having a sale on. And so it's actually quite dangerous driving along there at 50 kilometres an hour when you add in the trucks and all those kinds of things. But really to sum it up, spreading that 30k limit right through Richmond would mean that we would have the same situation applying in the whole suburb. We've got a number of very narrow streets, which are virtually one-way streets. We've got a number of issues surrounding traffic flow, safety issues. They continually come up, and the work that we've done in presenting our submission came directly from people like Kathy and her concerned small group in North Avon Road and the wider community. We've had 2 or 3 surveys. They've all been consistently in favour of the reduction in speed limit. So that's what. So essentially, we support the speed limit, but we just like to see it tickled up a little bit so that it covers the whole area.
Yeah, thank you. And I think there's a few other people have made similar comments. I mean, and other comments that people are making are about consistency and not really switching from 40 to 30. So your comments around Stanmore Road, what would you support everything being 30,
Yeah,
Stanmore being
we thought
40,
about
North Avon
that.
being 50?
I agree that we do need consistency so you don't get changing speed limits. We had one of our committee members saying the other night she just gets confused when she goes around Christchurch. She doesn't know what speed she's supposed to be doing and when, especially when her car tells her she's allowed to do one speed and she didn't see the road sign. But with Stanmore Road, there'd be a certain amount of consistency there because you've only got that one road through an area that would be all 30 and Stanmore 40. And then if you're driving down Stanmore Road from the bridge, from the river through to North Avon Road, then you turn into a 50k zone. So a commuter would be maybe doing 40, then 50. A resident might be doing 30, then 40.
Right, okay, so you don't see it as a problem. Oh, well, thank you very much for coming in. That's about your 5 minutes and very helpful.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
You too. Thank you. Well, that brings us to the end of, you were our lucky last, Dave. The end of our submitters for today. So we'll adjourn until Friday the 2nd of June. We'll all be here promptly at 9 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Pardon? No, because